Check, 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 check. What's up, Mr. Night Owl? What's up, Michael? Give it a second. Unprepared. What's up, Jerry? So, we picked this up today. Oh boy. Couldn't resist. Might as well make some adjustments there. I can tell you the harmonic flub is really easy. Yeah, 550. Plays like a dream. Japan, made in Japan. Which way? I don't know if you could see that. Needs some strings. It got played a little bit, but not too bad. I still got the plastic on it and stuff. Didn't set it up. It didn't need it. The agenda for tonight. You guys aren't going to believe the deep dive. We were talking the other night about CEOs and stuff. So I called one of my friends above my other friend, Ahmed. And he's Saudi, and I'm Armenian. We get along really good. And he told me to take a deep dive into AT&T. I was like, AT&T? He's like, yeah. It's not what you think you're looking at with Spotify and all these people like Top Music Attorney that you're going after. They don't know what's really going on. Take a deep dive look at AT&T. And so he led me on a couple little things. And well, I'll have to show you. I also downloaded some of those pictures. Me and Collective Soul and me playing with Rick Springfield. Me playing with Chris Daughtry. So let's see. We'll go into some pictures here. Oh, I got some Steel Panther pictures. So my buddy Jesse, his dad manages Steel Panther, so you'll be able to see. I mean, this is how close I was. I was actually on the stage, on the stairs. Let's see. Now you're frozen. Sorry, my phone was shitty back then. That was a couple years ago. But my wife and me had fun. This is my wife with the guitar player from Collective Soul. It's my wife. I wonder how come I can't just go over. This is me and one of the brothers that I used to hang out with. We were talking about, he was talking about some of the technique I was doing and stuff, guitar playing wise, and I was laughing at him. And then this is me and the guitar player being stupid. You know, as you can see, no backstage pass, no VIP, no nothing. And then my wife's friend Karen went with us, so she took a picture, you know, with the bass player and the guitar player. Fun times, fun times. Let me show you a couple pictures. When I had short hair, spiky, when I cut it off. These were in my phone, so as I was going through, there's me with one of my cars, Range Rover. That was in Atlanta, actually, in Savannah. Let's see. It's hard to see because they're in my phones, but that's me with Daughtry. Let's see where else. They're hard to see. This is me with Rick Springfield. It's hard to see. That was at the Creek Casino. This was inside the Creek Casino. That was me. That was a different time. This is also kind of what I look like. I had a bunch of different looks. You might figure out which bands. If you've seen this picture, you probably could figure out some of the bands I played with. Because I had short hair then. What's up, everybody? What's up, Jester, Adam, Jamie? We're going to get into some of the stuff that I found out about Rhett's dad. Now, he's not exactly... Let me see, did I take pictures of it yet? No, I did not. Maybe. Oh, yeah, I did. So, let me go to the first page because I had to do it in steps. Because there was a lot of information on this. Let's see. Let me find the first page. Where are you? Is it this one? No. No. So I'll read it to you because it's, and then I'll show you. When users discuss a telecom giant like AT&T doing bad things, artists are generally impacted in two different indirect but significant ways: throttling internet speeds and eroding net neutrality. Now you're going to hang on and stay with me with this, and I'll probably go back over this again. So what Rhett Shull and his dad do at AT&T is they block independent artists through another loophole. The death of net neutrality. In the past, giant internet service providers like AT&T opposed net neutrality, which require all online content to be treated equally. The zero rating advantage. AT&T previously exempted its own streaming service, like HBO Max, from customer data caps while counting streaming from rival independent platforms. Why this hurts artists. Independent artists who don't have corporate backing rely on streaming platforms. If an ISP makes certain content cheaper to watch, consumers are more likely to watch that content. This creates an uneven playing field to push a smaller independent artist into the background. So that means if you're not, therefore, AT&T is forcing YouTube into getting these streaming services. And if you're not a big streamer or have a big channel, you get pushed aside as an independent artist. Now, there's a lot more to this. Musical background and industry. Oh, that's me. You don't want that. Throttling data caps, internet slowdowns, and artist live stream constantly pauses or high resolution art poly takes forever to load. It pisses off fans. Remember what was happening to me with the throttling of the internet? AT&T is controlling that. They're the ones doing that, not YouTube. So you have to go back. Let me go back to the actual first one so you can see that I'm not lying. And there's a lot more to it. Here's the other, why it hurts artists and everything. So the corporate greed company that Rhett talks about, his dad is third in line. He's one of the guys blocking. So what I think is happening is that Rick Beato, Rhett Scholl are plants for AT&T. I believe this. Why? Why are their channels growing so much faster than everybody else's? How did Rick go from 1 million subscribers to 5 million overnight in a year? It's almost impossible. Almost impossible. So you have to take that in consideration. I told you, his dad controls the information into people's houses. They're using his network to transport the information. So they hold the information hostage. It controls the algorithm too, probably. Because if he limits information from going in and out, it's going to affect your algorithm. Yep. So I was like, fucking, that's insanely crazy. So it's not Spotify. I mean, you got your point systems and a lot of monopolies, but they've monopolized the game. AT&T has monopolized the game very badly. Let's see, what else is in there? Anything else, or is that it? That's about it for that. But let me see if I can. I had another idea of a question. Let me type that in. Does does AT&T control the algorithm? The YouTube algorithm is managed entirely by Google and Alphabet, its parent company. It is a computer program designed to figure out what videos you want to watch next. AT&T's actual relationship with the platform. Let's see what it says. How AT&T interacts with YouTube. AT&T is a major advertiser on YouTube. Oh shit. So they're the ones pumping the money into YouTube. Like mainly large companies, AT&T pays to show commercials before or during videos. In the past, AT&T and other brands have temporarily paused their ad spending on YouTube to demand better control over their ad appeared. For example, advertisers. Let's see, ad placement. Even though AT&T doesn't control the algorithm, you do. You can easily reset or clear the YouTube shows on your homepage. You delete specific. I don't believe that, because if you're googling stuff, it always shows up on your YouTube. How do they get that? That's from the AT&T streaming information that you're looking up, like buying stuff, and then it ends up showing on your Facebook. AT&T is behind it. I guarantee you. Because think about it. Every time I go and I look at an artist, he shows up on my Facebook page. How is that fucking possible? Well, it's not YouTube doing it. It's the advertisements that get onto the Facebook, and that's where you're getting all the Facebook advertisements. It's through your information transfer. So they're buying and sharing information is what they're doing. What's up, Stevie? Yeah, they slow internet speeds down, so it does affect your shows. It affects everything. Yeah, I'm sick of the, there's I just watched Jonathan Nathan Corda. He's done more Fender fucking videos than anyone on the fucking internet. This guy is just a fucking clickbaiter. And then what does he perceive to say? Well, I'm not a lawyer, and I'm not going to show the whole letter because I'm going to protect some people. But then he calls out the company that he says that Fender sent more cease and desist letters to in Australia. So how did Jonathan Nathan Corda actually get a cease and desist letter from Australia? Let's see if that's even possible. Is it on the internet and he's bullshitting us? Let's see. We'll see if he's full of shit now. Cease and desist. Australia. Let me see. Oh. Australia. Fender. Let's see if the letter's out. So let me show you what he showed. He does not have the fucking letter because he went, got the information, and he showed clips of that exactly. And he redacted it all. Why? Because he fucking lied that he had the letter and redacted it. This is what he showed. Right there. He's showing clips of this. I don't know why you would do that. Let me see, dealer. And I think it was because they weren't a licensed dealer. If you were an Australian dealer dealing with Fender cease and desist, you're caught up in Fender's global legal campaign. Blah blah blah. So here it is, right here. There's more of it. This kid does not have any letters. He's a liar. He just exposed himself on that too. It's unbelievable what they're doing with these cease and desist letters as far as lying about them. I'm not a lawyer. I don't know the whole thing about it. Why are you in Europe talking about cease and desist letters in fucking Australia and you don't want to show the whole letter? Because you're just a piece of shit liar trying to involve yourself in getting more clicks because you've run out of fucking content. Jonathan Nathan Corda is a fool. Just like Rhett Shull. They always expose themselves. Flashway, yeah, I like Flashway. Yeah, now my gates are working, right? What's up, Gene? Man, what a cool fucking guitar. I want to get the purple. They make a purple mirrored pickguard for this. Purple mirrored. How cool is that? just rocked up. Thought you were playing in the intro. Yeah, that was The Believer. I forgot it though. That's one that is a little complicated. I forgot it. The Hey, Tony, is there somebody in Australia that got a cease and desist letter from Fender? A dealer that was unlicensed, unauthorized selling Fender stuff, and they got caught selling stuff overseas as well, shipping it as a supposedly Fender dealer. I think that's what the letter was about. But Jonathan Nathan Corda says that he has the letter and he's in fucking Europe. How did he get a letter from a fucking small company in Australia? He doesn't have that kind of fucking power. Yeah, it's a really they call it neon purple. I mean, I could turn the light on it. Let's see. Can I bend that down a little? Let's turn it over. Let's see. Kind of like it's like a chameleon purple. Yeah, it's about Tokai and some other stuff. Part of that letter was with Tokai because he was selling Tokai, and they're like Fender copies. You're in New Zealand, but close to Aussie. Yeah, look it up because hey, what's up, John? Alien Ego was a cool, really cool. Who was singing towards the end? Did I miss something? What's up, Fur Dog? What's up, Gigi? Yeah, I don't know what's going on and why he would be saying stuff like that. I also caught Rick Graham stealing one of my licks, and he's not saying that where he got it from. He's actually picking. He's trying to pick it, and he does it well. But he saw this. How I do that with the scales, I've been doing that forever. He's trying to pick it. He stole my lick. Idea, I should say. I don't mind if people like embellish on the lick, but don't steal it exactly. Don't do scale runs with that. I've been doing that for 30, 40 years. Oh, your son moved there? Oh, that was the AI track you were using, mechanic. You were telling your mom about me. Yeah, it was a cool stream. I had really good time. It's a really good track. Is it? That would be hard to do legato-wise. The purpose of the pickups? What pickups? Pickups transport the sound. Yeah, sometimes it takes hours. Like sometimes I get writer's block. Pickups in general, there's different types of pickups for different kind of sounds, like ceramic, or EMGs, stuff like that. But they're for different genres. You know, like something like this, you could play blues on. Or metal. Oh yeah. I don't think I can pick the harmonica. Let me see. Can you pick it? I don't think you can pick it. I would just pick the whole thing. I don't know what Rick was doing, but he was using the. Your mom used to sing writer's block. Yeah, sometimes I get writer's block, and I'll walk away. Like like if I get writer's block in the studio and I listen to some of the Spotify and stuff and I can't get an idea, like because the track is not what I thought it was. Like if they send me the vocal track with the track they were trying to do, I'm like they're doing like pop, hip hop, fucking country. That's what they want, and like it's a little weird, you know. So like I'm like, there's nothing around that's even remotely close to that. And then I'll think of, you know, some keyboard sounds or something, and I'm like, I'll have to just leave, and then not even watch anything musical. I'll watch like a drama thing for 15 minutes with a, you know, like Doctor Insanity. Yeah, I got a hard shell case. I got this. It was like 1,100 out the door. I think $1,000. $1,000 in tax. What's writer's block? When you can't think of anything to write, you're stuck. Philip McKnight just dropped a video just now. Dude, Jerry just told me every time I come on live streams, he drops a video. I think he's trying to offset people watching me. Jerry just told me that. He said every time you go live, every single time he drops a video while you're going live. Yeah, the RGs got really expensive. I think that it's how he figures he'll negate me. So, do videos while I'm on here. Sneaky prick, ain't he? So So a lot of these guys a lot of these internet guys surf the internet, right? And they're looking for content. And Philip's not a dumb guy. So I think, I think he's backtracked on the whole Fender situation a little bit. I see, oh, here's a Tokai, right? So as soon as fucking Philip posts a Tokai, Fender sends out a cease and desist letter to somebody selling Tokais out of Australia who's not a licensed Fender dealer and selling Fenders. How what a coincidence that is. And then Philip comes on here and then drops videos while I come on to negate what I talk about because he's trying to disrupt the platform. That's very clever. No, I think they're doing it on purpose. I think they're trying to block. So, like, if he comes on, a lot of people that want to see guitars and when he's talking about it, he's got a big channel, but a lot of his people will support him and they're not surfing and see me and then come over and go, hey, wait a second, this guy makes some sense. I feel like shit. I just took, I took a 300 milligram of gabapentin and naproxen. My back is going to go out badly. I can feel it. It's like right on the edge of just fucking putting me out to my upper back. It's going to be one of those ones where you take a breath and you're like, oh my God, I can't breathe. He's dropping Tokai guitar videos, and that's funny that Fender sent a cease and desist letter out to a guy selling those outright to Americans on off of his website. So I think they're trying to be clever about all that. You know what I mean? Mount a mic over your bed? What? I don't know the year on this. I just know it's Japanese and they had it in a case, like a showroom case, and then they took it out because they got like a $4,000 guitar, so they put that in there. And I had played this once, and I was like, man, it's purple. I don't know what to do. Oh, you're a sucker for harmonics. Man, I was listening to Frank Marino today. He's got a video out, like of a show that's professionally shot. And people have asked me who do I admire? I got to tell you, Frank Marino was the best. Zach Wild copy his guitar sound. That guy can sing, play, and write. He's the real deal. If I say anyone influenced me greater than Frank Marino, I'd be lying. His vocals are so impeccable. And I don't know why Stevie Ray Vaughan was pushed by the labels. And you know, I'll just Sony's evil. The Sony record label. Because when Michael Jackson bought the Beatles catalog, he turned it into Sony/AVT. Once he did that, he created a new publishing company. And then Michael Jackson owned half of all Sony's artists. Half. Do you know how expensive that cost Sony? That cost them probably close to $1 billion. So they offed them. And that person was Gloria Estefan's husband, who was president of Sony, Tony Matoya. Tommy Matoya. He's evil. So if I go crippled, I can do live? Yeah, I'll be like another Jason Becker. My back is so shot, man. I don't know what's gonna happen. I'm just waiting for it to fucking go out and I can't get up. Oof. I love Zach Wild. Tone. When it was stolen. I probably won't be able to stay out here long. My fingers are slipping off even. The action is so fast on this, my hand just fucking. I don't know if he was married. I thought he was married to, it could have been her or Gloria Estefan. I don't know. Oh, maybe it was. Yeah, I think it was Mariah Carey, wasn't it? A lot of people don't talk about it, but Michael Jackson owned half of Sony's publishing. They're a Japanese company. And you have to remember, Sony's not just in fucking games. They were in music. They're in fucking. They're everywhere in all kinds of stuff. Motion pictures, publishing. They're into a lot of stuff. And a lot of artists that didn't want to give up their publishing with Sony, they're no longer here. Look at Mariah Carey. They shut her up, disappeared without a trace. Why? I think you're right now. I think he was dating her or married to her. Again, Mariah Carey, Sony Records, shut her up, didn't he? There's other artists on Sony that got shut up too. Who was it? Keisha? Didn't she say she was raped by her manager or something? And they sided with the money instead of helping her as an artist and go, yeah, that was wrong. So they went after the money and pushed her aside and said, fuck you. They shelved her for 5 to 10 years. I don't even know how long. Ruined her life. I'm surprised she didn't off herself. Yeah, he screwed Mariah. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of dirty business in the music industry. So if it's at that high level, you can only imagine what it is in the social media level. All these guys shilling these fucking guitars, lying about this, lying about that. No one brings the actual fucking paper or cease and desist letter. They got snippets of a clip, and I was watching. I go, that's not a cease and desist letter. Go watch it. Jonathan Nathan Corda, Fender, something. They sent out a whole bunch of cease and desist letters, and he only reads one. Well, what other ones did they send out? They sent out more letters, all kinds of letters. He only names one person. Yeah, that's a shame what they do to the females. Yeah, they're control freaks. Sorry, I look like shit too. I just got out of the shower. I tried to do the hot thing with the fucking nanoplex, whatever the fuck you call it. Nanoplex. Yeah, females get taken advantage of in the music industry all the time. I mean, you got to look at P. Diddy. Fucked a lot of people up with Jay-Z. Britney Spears. Why do you think Britney Spears is mental? You don't think she was at those parties getting gang raped? Of course she was. Justin Bieber, gang raped? Of course he was. All those kids that were all about that circle. And then you have the other side, like the Corey Feldmans talking about Hollywood with the Weinsteins. You got the Weinsteins, the Epsteins, the Jay-Z zines. The Runaways? I don't know. Oh. String oscillators? What? Marino and Columbia Sony were odd, says. Yeah. 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 Absolutely. Listen, there's no way Beyonce married that ugly bastard because she loved him. He was a control freak and offered her all kinds of stuff, and he was dirty. I mean, they were selling drugs to make albums. Jay Z, that's how he grew up. He was selling drugs and whoring out women. That's how they came up with money. And then they ended up making a lot of money. Hood rats. That's all he is a hood rat. So you think you think he grew up with great morals? Of course he didn't. He was a control freak. Jay Z. He even sings about that stuff. You know, it's unbelievable. But like, how does a label push somebody like that into success? And why do they do it? It's not a good role model. So why do they do it? Joan Jett. Joan Jett and Lita Ford should put a band back together. They should do a reunion. The Runaways reunion. Yeah, I would like to see the Runaways do a reunion. But now you see the connection with AT&T. So it really makes sense that Rick Beato and Rhett Shull became friends, and he was an intern, and then Rick Beato, being the senior, gets pushed as the head leader on YouTube. They're all industry plants to disrupt, I think, for AT&T, which is Rhett's father. AT&T might even be paying them or pushing them through YouTube. Yeah, that's what it's like. You're exactly 100% right. They destroy. I've been saying this for a long time. They take these young kids shouldn't go out there. You shouldn't take like a what's the guy Blake, Witten, and put him. He never even played a festival, let alone fucking opening up for somebody like Morgan in front of 50,000 people or 20,000 people. Yeah, Whitney Houston and Bobby Brown. Look at them. And then you had Rihanna's. What was the guy that was beating Rihanna? I forgot his name. They're all scumbags. It's like the porn industry, and then they hook them on the drugs so that they do stupid stuff, and then they get in a habit, and then you owe the label. It's a cat chasing its tail. It's crazy. You gotta break the cycle. That's what I think. I think that's what my calling is. Along with the teaching a guitar and helping people, I think it's to break the industry up as far as exposing it to a point where people, yeah, Chris Brown, piece of shit. I think a lot of people need to be educated again and not fall into bad situations. It's like you see a lot of girls end up in porn. They hook them on drugs. I know because one of my friends is a driver for them. They do a lot of porn down here. A lot. Yeah, it's like the Manson con men. Exactly. It's crazy that it's not stopped. But here's the other thing. It's like the fishing industry, right? You can go you could go to the Bahamas, and 1,000 yards off the Bahamas, you'll see Chinese boats fishing right outside our waters because they've destroyed the fishing in China. They've destroyed the coral, they've destroyed the reefs, and now there's certain spots that they have to go fish in. And now they're coming closer and closer to the United States to fish. Why? Because they've destroyed it. They don't have no food to feed their population. That's why they were had that thing. What was that thing where they were killing the babies, all the boy babies, right? Or was it the boy babies, so that they couldn't reciprocate as they grew older because they needed population control because they couldn't feed the masses because nobody wants to be a fisherman. So then they start creating, fish ponds out in the oceans and stuff with those. I mean, it's insane. It's insane. Yeah, the coral reefs are beautiful. You know, it's amazing what people will do. You know what I mean? I mean, they can make fucking protein bars. Live off those. Yeah, it's like the boxing too. They rip off the boxers and the MMA guys. I mean, some of them do good, but they're not billionaires and multimillionaires. You know, maybe what's his name, but Conor McGregor. But but he's a rarity. He has a mouth, a look. He's like the face of for a long time of MMA because he was a loud, obnoxious guy, and it fit that. You have to fit and have a certain look and charisma for anything you do. Like Jared Dine Nichols is a great guitar player. He's a super nice guy. He's 6'5", 6'7". You don't look right playing a guitar. Your clothes aren't right for blues. You're not playing blues. If I hear Mississippi Queen one more time by the fucking guy, I'm gonna fucking barf. Yeah, Floyd's wealthy, but he was in the boxing. The boxing was a little different. MMA wasn't rigged fights, where boxing was a lot of money with the bookies. You know, I know a few bookies too, and then Vegas and how they were betting. You know, some of those fights, like the Tyson, Logan Paul, was it Logan Paul? Whatever the Paul brother was. That boxing match was fixed. I watched it. I saw Tyson hit him one time and he was like dazed and he backed off. I'm like, Tyson backing off after he knows he hurt you? I was like, that's such bullshit. And then like the brother scamming with the fucking Pokemon card. They're all scumbags. Why aren't they in jail? Oh, it was the girls? Yeah. They had some kind of fucked up law. I Killing babies like that after they're born, that's insane. Yeah, one child per family. Yeah, and then they got prisons with, is it the Muslims over there? Like 1 million imprisoned Muslims and like 1 million or 2 million imprisoned Christians. There's some kind of weird fucking thing about their jails over there. Yeah, Tyson eased up on them. Everybody saw it. Yeah, Don King's got a big fucking office down here in Boca. Another piece of shit, Don King. Yeah, why aren't they in jail is the question. Why isn't the FTC doing their job and just going after everybody? I mean, the government has so many fucking employees. Why is it Nick Shirley going and finding the fucking fraud? That's the government's job. How does some fucking social media? This is what you got to ask yourself. Even if you're not for Nick Shirley, how the fuck does a social media guy who's a fucking kid find out all that information on fraud within weeks? When we got government with FBI and CIA and high intelligent people, are you kidding me? Oh, it's the Uyghurs and the Muslims are in the camps. Yeah, there's some fucking weird story to that. I don't remember. Yeah, it's all. That's what I keep saying about even on this channel about the social media. It's all about the fucking money. The thing about social media here is we have the power to run it, and either they shut it down or shut down the others, and the FTC starts investigating some of these channels with the shilling. Like how many people? Like if you're shilling for Thoman with Harley Benton, and you're getting a check from Europe, where are you putting that money? Are you paying your taxes on that? How are you hiding that money? That's a great, because you're looking at, say there's 1,000 shillers for Harley Benton, which there probably are, and they live in America. Say 1,000. That's not a lot of people, and they make $1,000 a month. How did they get that affiliate money? How is that running? Jake Paul. Yeah, that's his name. Joshua. Yeah, what was that other guy who fucked him up too? The Tommy something Fire. I forget his name too. I don't watch any. I don't watch the fighting no more. I get so aggravated because some of it, like the boxing and stuff, it's fixed. And you know it was fixed even back. Remember when Muhammad Ali fought the wrestler and martial arts guy, and he had to and they had rules. He had to lay on his back the whole match and could only kick from off his back. The fuck kind of fight is that? That's a joke. The Wagner Group was Putin's private army? Probably. Wagner. The Wagner Group sounds like one of the Nazi groups that were over there. Of course he did. The merchant? The mercs? I should relearn. I should. That's a fun song to play. Here's the first part of it. I remember that. That's where I forgot. I don't remember that. I have to go back over that. I should see if Dave would play that. I mean, yeah, Dave. Can't remember fucking names anymore. That's a cool song. See, I forgot. I remember parts of that. Oh, it kept sticking his tongue out and Jocelyn ignored it. Yeah, that was funny. Yeah, and I didn't realize that I had the other day. I don't know why my reverbs were set like panned. So that one had a lot of reverb on one side. I don't know what the F I was doing. I think they're panned properly now, though. I gotta take the plastic off too. I might just leave it on. So it's got plastic on so you guys can see. So I gotta take that off because the pick guard will be shiny. See the difference? Probably look dull to you guys. But I want the purple mirror pick guard. Yeah, it's not easy. A lot of the Randy stuff is not easy. Like the because you got there's stuff like octaves, and then you got and then you get I forgot. You had like all these little chords in between. Like Over the Mountain's not easy either. Yeah, you got to practice Randy all the time. Like even though like and I forget the there's a lot of movement in there, and that was pretty shitty. How did I get the Ozzy audition? It was through Mike Varney. He was the guy that I auditioned for. I had to send him in the tape. So Mike Varney was in charge of GIT and helped getting people in there, like Paul Gilbert and all those guys. And then he knew the Tony McAlpines and the Vinnie Moores and all that. And he had a great ear for like guitar players. And I was one of the first to get in there, but I was just a kid when I auditioned. I auditioned in like I don't know, I was 15. I think it was 81, 82. I don't remember the exact year. But I came back here when Randy died because he died in Lakeland. I was gonna go to the show, and then I cried. I was like, "Fuck no," because I've seen Randy a couple times play, and it was amazing. One of the times I was with Jason from Saigon Kick, we were in Sunrise Musical Theater. It was Def Leppard and Ozzy. We were walking around. We were just kids, probably 14, 13, somewhere around there in 80, 81. And we were looking for scalp tickets. Our parents were there with us. They were in the parking lot. We were walking around looking for people and T-shirts and stuff. T-shirts were a big thing in the schools back when you were like middle school. That was like a huge thing. We were in middle school at the time, not even high school. And we walked in. The doors were unlocked. We walked down. It was like a big corridor, and then we were inside the small arena, like 4,000 seats, maybe. It's not even there no more. And we walked by the stage, and Randy Rhoads came up to us. You got to remember, we were kids, and he was still shorter than us. And he's like, "Hey, are you guys here for the show?" And he said, "Well, yeah, later. We're looking for tickets and stuff and shirts and all that." They go, "Oh, they won't be here till later." I was like, "That's cool." He was like, "All right, cool, man." And he walked away. And when we came back that night and watched him, he was on stage. And because we thought Ozzy played guitar, we were just kids. You know what I mean? Ozzy's a great guitar, because they didn't even mention, on the first album, Crazy Train wasn't even that popular, that it was kind of taking off, but not huge yet. And nobody knew who Randy Rhoads was at that point. Yeah. Oh, the King Biscuit Flower Hour? That Randy turned up loud. Yeah, I mean, you gotta practice it, but the cool part is that he rates it. And I don't, he might even use a harmonizer. It's hard to do with the trem. It's hard with the trem. It sounds better like on something that's blocked. He was small, man, because we were in middle school and he was still shorter than us. And we were like, who's that guy? And he had long blonde hair. At that time, his hair wasn't feathered. He didn't feather it yet. It was just long and straight. It was kind of long and straight. But when we came back, it was like kind of blown out. He looked cool as shit. We're like, who the fuck was that guy? He was short, man. You were in Knoxville? Bruh. Yeah, I had to work at a lot of stuff. So, like, tribute was, like, one of the first things with let's see. I don't know if I'm going to block this. Mr. Red Rose! I used to play the whole solo and stuff. I don't remember it all. Oh, you're rocking the big 80s hair? Nice. Yeah, he was fucking the skinny. He was, dude. I met some skinny people in my life. Probably the worst one was Nicole Kidman. She was as tall as me and looked like she weighed 100 pounds. I mean, she looked like AI anorexic. She didn't look real. She was skinny as shit, man. Oof. And Randy was the same way, but on a smaller level. The Knucklebone statues? Same with Eruption and all that Eddie Van Halen stuff. Back in the old days, we just had records. We just had records. That's all by record. Yeah, he was small, man. Like, I remember the Les Paul on him. It fucking was the same size as Randy. Like, that thing was huge on him. Yeah, I was a grinder. I played anywhere from 4 to probably 10 hours a day when I was a kid. Once I heard like Kiss and Ted Nugent and April Wine and all those bands and Aerosmith. Aerosmith was a big influence on me as well. Frank Marino and Aerosmith and Kiss were like some of the big first rock bands. And then I started reading Guitar Player magazine with about Hendrix and Clapton. And then probably, I don't know, 7 years later, I was in them. Yeah, Mr. Crowley's tough, too. That was one of the songs that George Lynch had a really hard time learning, was Mr. Crowley. And the stuff that Randy would play, like when he would do it was the way he had a weird pattern. He had so it was like it's a weird pattern for me. Like George could play. Like George could play all that, but he had a problem with like even I Don't Know was good. Like he was okay with that, but it was like that, like the Over the Mountain stuff and Flying High Again with the. He had a problem, like the way that Randy tapped and those patterns, like all that stuff in Mr. Crowley was hard for him. So it was the classical stuff. It was weird. SATO is fun, yeah. I forgot a lot of those. I haven't played a lot of those since I auditioned. I mean, I played them so much for the auditions and stuff and learned them, but I just remember parts of them. Like, even in Crazy Train, like, when I watched a lot of people play that. You gotta bend that off the 4 into that A. All that, and then, like, no one would play. Like, no one would play that, like, how you would think that it would be played. It was weird. When he plays for cheaper like that. Lobo Movies is cool. And you know what's funny is Jake didn't create that sound for Bark at the Moon. That was already created. If you listen to What Is the B-Side, that was the next album sound for Randy. Randy already had that Bark at the Moon tone. That was Randy's tone. They copied it because he had already done parts like What Is the B-Side, and they put it on a record. But I even heard that some of the parts were even already pre-written. Derringer. Oh, you have 80s Guitar Player magazines? I'm in some of them. I don't remember which ones. They were a long time ago. I was written up like it wasn't featured articles, but it was like, you know, because I came out of that school and Mike Varney would talk about me, and then Rob Shores and some of the other people. Oh yeah, you remember that too? Ozzy's the greatest guitar player. Did you hear that solo, man? Yeah, I listen to Latin. My buddy Carlos Benitez, who played with Vi, plays with Louis Fonsi. Yeah, Bark at the Moon's fun too. I don't play it the way Jake does. It's too hard line. I like the. You gotta get that in there. That's a great solo too. Zach is back. Oh, Sea-Dog. What's up, Zach? Bro, you got lost? You cleaned your mama's underwear and all that? You're good to go? Nice to have you back, Sea-Dog. Keep it polite. I don't want to have to make you go away crying. Frizzle fried dog shit? Yeah, but you know the difference between you and me, Sea-Dog? I retired at 27 while you still live in your mama's house. Here you go, Sea-Dog. I just bought this today. I keep buying guitars every week. It's kind of like you and your crack habit with your mom. You know, at the strip bar. You know what's funny about him talking about my tone being like shit? Craig Goldie's been on here. Marshall Harrison, one of the greatest guitar technical players in the world, has been on there. He calls me the tone master. And then here's some dumbass wants to say shit like that. I didn't retire from... Hey, Jerry. Jerry, I talk to you and Steven all the time. What do I do every day? Between you and Steven, I talk to you guys almost every day. What do I do? Where am I at? What's up, Jupe? Jerry, tell him. Do I work? Steven, do I work? Oh, come on, bro. No, the difference is no one knows you. See, you're just a loser, bro. You want to be somebody. You're never going to be a social media star like some of your gay friends. And you're going to come on here and then try to make yourself feel better by bashing somebody. You're like, you and the other guys who like to talk about me, it's because you want to be me. Tell him, Jerry. I get up and drive to buy guitars, sometimes too. Almost every day. Jerry knows, Steven knows. He works on sleeping late. I sleep a lot. I do admit that. Well, I see dogs up at the crack of dawn, giving his mom some fucking oatmeal. That's coming, Ma! And a little fucking bed tray. I'm fucking sleep with the kid. I usually wake up, 10? I get ready, hit Guitar Center, maybe a couple pawn shops, call a couple friends. Yeah, Ozzy owed him that, man. You gotta go watch Bad Brad. The trailer park's starting to smell there. Yeah. You should go. Let me know when you need some money to put Mom in the home. It's very expensive. I don't think you guys have the proper insurance. It's a lot of fucking money, bro. One day you'll get married. You'll find the man of your dreams. It could be Bad Brad. There you go, dipshit. I can make the guitar laugh. The only thing you can do is look at one. Dude, you're not good enough to wipe my ass. My hair's curly today, yeah. I didn't dry it or brush it. That's what it looks like with no brushing. One day Sea-Dog might get some hair like that, but I doubt it. When you're like 30 years old going bald, it's got to be fucking hard. You know what I mean? You could talk about it, Zach. Let it out, bro. Just let it all out. Let it out. we're accepting here, bro. Just come to the other side. Work out your fucking issues. Cry a little on the channel that no one accepts you or likes you. We're here for you, bro. We love you. It's why you're not blocked. I could block you fucking easy, and then you could go get another fucking salty name. We know why you named yourself Sea Dog. You like jizz. Andy's jizz. Tom's jizz. Sea Dog. He likes it salty. Because he's a sea salty dog. Do you wear a patch when you go to overnight to the bars and hang out in fucking Nashville? Bruh. Wipe your mouth. You left a little hanging. Holy shit. It must suck to be you. I'm sorry, Zach. It's funny? Yeah. I get a quick mouth. Listen, I've been in the music industry a long time. I've seen trolls my whole life. I've seen people yell at me off the side of the stage because their girlfriends said they were gonna fuck me or their wife and have to have security take them out. It is funny. Play the Jizzy song? Here, let me load one up for you. There, salty dog. Here, we'll load one up for you. Let's see. I think it was the last one, right? Was it the last one? Let's see. Let's load one up for him. Let's see which one this is. Here you go, Sea Dog. All for you, bro. Right here.
What's up, everybody? My name is Jizzy.
Oh, I thought it did.
You ever wonder about the music industry and the corporate greed, everything that goes on that everybody talks about? But yet their fathers are third in line at companies like AT&T and Mr. Red Show. You ever wonder about the fraudulence? Do you think that these frauds should be shown a lesson in humility? All for self-gain and profit. All the shills and grifters on YouTube. You wanna know who I am? Hey! My name is Chip Boy. They call me Jizzy. Some of my friends call me Smiley. Some of them call me Jit. I'm an actual signed artist on Atlantic Records for over 40 years. 40 years. And I write for some of the biggest celebrities.
Rick Beato's a fucking fraud, T-Dog. Rick Beato can't play his way out of a fucking paper bag.
I am real. I am also the one that exposes the truth. I'm the one that's gonna show you where the paperwork lies.
But you had to go watch
I'm not
Bad
gonna
Brad,
show you
T-Dog.
some phony
So you
letterhead
can't
that
stand
they're
it.
suing everybody when they're not suing people. All for clicks on YouTube. We need a YouTube purge. We need to get rid of all the shills, the grifters, all the liars and BS people. Rick B.
All you fucking people!
His band failed. His management company failed. His record label failed. He got a viral hit off his kid's vocal, which got him into the music industry. Not the other way around. Rhett Scholl's dad's number 3 at AT&T. He wants to talk about corporate greed and BS while Big Jick Music sits in his mama's basement crying about Fender and he's doing the big word M. We'll just say Method Man. You can take from what you want from that. But there's a lot of people that don't want to work and do it the right way. And then they let the fame from social media get to their heads when what? You're not famous. You're famous as an influencer, not a real guitar player.
You can't see me, C-Dog. You're a
You
loser.
ain't nobody in the music industry.
See, that's why you're where you're at, C-Dog. And Rick Beato can't play his way out, fucking up lines, playing with Nuno Betancourt. Nah, I'm sorry. You fucking lost again, bro. You can't help yourself. Why? You're jealous. You're a loser, jealous fucking guy who's never going to be anybody but work at fucking, I don't know, 10-minute oil change. Fucking 55 years old with a broken back changing fucking oil. Driving around in his mom's ex fucking, I don't know. Beato doesn't play better than me, bro. Did you watch him play with Nuno Betancourt? That guy choked. The boys are back in town. Down, 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 down. Oh, fuck. No, bro, he can't play. D-dominant Phrygian. Shut the fuck up, Rick. Suck on that. You and Beato. Oh my god. Bro, you're on somebody's channel that you're not gonna win. You know, maybe if I come on, why don't you do a live stream? I'll come on there so your people can bash me. It'll make you feel better. Just do a live stream. See, fucking Zach, just do a live stream. Put your that fucking jit boy fucking get Beato on there on the pilot. Driving his mom's Hilux on the pilot, sitting on a fucking pad on the chair because she used to piss herself while she drove. Come on, Zach. You're not gonna win on here. You're stupid for even trying. You're not even as smart as the kid that rode the short little red bus. Forget about the yellow bus. The little red bus. You're not even. You know, when you graduate high school at 23, there's a fucking issue, bro. Rick Beato sucks. You're just a tab mime. A tab mine. I was just pulling up all those tabs that quick. Yeah. I'm a tab mine. Name one fucking world tour Rick Beato has done, let alone fucking choke on Nuno Betancourt's fucking He put that on his own fucking channel. How do you fucking choke a note on a rehearsed song? I would just say, can we do that again? I really fucked that up. I'll try not to fuck it up. Why didn't he do another take? Nuno that was probably the fifth take, and that was his best take. Because that's just how it is. Oh my no. Well, you can tell, yeah, the sound company likes me the best though. Oh my god, C-Dog, you gotta come on some more. We should, I can add you to the live stream so everyone can see your face. We all know who you are, bro. Then you can talk with your little accent. That fucking jit boy, he thinks he knows something. He ain't nobody. My mama said there's something wrong with his legato dulab. You're like the water boy. Sack, the fucking water boy Roberts. My mama. Oh my god, this is hilarious. Look, 42 people on here and you're embarrassing yourself, Zach. That's funny. So everybody, welcome Sea Dog. That must be Zach Roberts 94, my troll of all trolls, who's got it in his head that he's gonna take me down. Right? My channel just went over 3,000 easy. He's barely got 79, I think, subscribers. He's been on here for years. Zach, you got to do content that people like. No one wants to keep seeing videos of me and Gus. You got to learn how to do a real fucking video. Sea Dog ran. Oh, he probably ran. Nah, he's watching. He can't let it go because he's trying to think of something else to come up with. He's looking in his comeback for dummy book. the Jizzy edition, the comeback for dummies. Oh my god. Yeah, I work driving back and forth to Guitar Center. Steven and Jerry I talk to almost every day in Tennis Nuts. I talk to them all the time. Throughout the day. I don't work. They can tell you. Here, I shouldn't do this. Want to see the picture of my house in Boca? I know you guys heard about it. It's the one I rent out that I can't afford no more. It's off Palmetto, the Intercoastal. Let's see. Oh, wait, let's see. I might even have stuff in here about me. Let's see. Let's just see. Let's go back to pictures real quick. Let me see. Let's see. Did I show you the picture of me and Rick Springfield? Did you see that? It's hard to see, though. Where is it? What is this? I want to go back to pictures. Collections, library, years, all photos. Let me do... where is it? I think it's this one. It's really hard to see me. But that's from my phone. See it? See my phone? It's me with Rick Springfield. I had to sub for Rick Springfield. Here's me and Daughtry in some fucking club many years ago. Let's see, is that one? No. I think it's this one. This is a little bit better. It's hard to tell though, but you can see me over there in Daughtry. I had to fill in for him one time. And Zach, you wouldn't know what the fuck I look like. This is kind of what I look like on tour. Doesn't even look like me. That's when I cut all my hair off. See, I can cut my hair off and still be cool. See, cool is just something you're born with. Let's see. Is there anything on here about me? Let me see. That I happen to look up. Oh, I was going to show you the house. Let me see. Here's the back of my house. Let's see. Is there anything on here about me? Here's the long drive stuff. Christopher Kloin's a former competitive long drive. Blah, blah, blah. Can I click on this? Let me see. So I can get my hand out of the way. No, I can't get that in there. Well, you can kind of see. I got this database registries archived on public LDA database registries. That's when I was doing a long drive tour. Google found me. DLDA, doing the golf shit. Competitive golf. That was through Facebook. They found all my database through the Facebook stuff. Let's see. I thought it would be funny to look me up. Signed major label history, spent 2 times. Oh, here's the 80s things. He's also worked as a live fill-in guitarist for 2 well-known signed 80s hair metal bands on the touring circuit. Let's see, can I get that in there? Can you see that, Zach? It's not hidden anymore. You can kind of find it, bro. Hey, what's up, Sarge? I look cool either way, thanks. Maybe Sea Dog is Tom. It could be Tommy Boy. The problem is they're all like 5th grade level. My kid is smarter than them too. Like you when the music industry says it's a 99.5% chance of those people that don't make it, You'd have to take half of 5% and then add them together. Out of 200 people, you get one guy that's like fifth grade level. Yeah, I love Rick Springfield, man. I got to play with him. Probably his guitar player got sick, and the bass player was a friend of mine. Um, Billy Joel's guitar player hangs out down here too. I know him well. He's kind of moody, but there's a couple guys in the older, like I said, Firefall. I know the songwriter from Firefall, and some of those people, they want me to help them out get back in the industry. Rick Springfield is a fucking unbelievably nice guy. He's another guy that's super nice and cordial, and he'll give you the shirt off his back. Daughtry was okay. He wasn't bad. He wasn't mean. He just was like, he didn't talk a lot. Some of these guys would get sick and people would mention me. I don't get mentioned anymore because a lot of guys know that I won't go out anymore. Oh yeah. Oh, Kiesel designed a guitar with AI and McButt was reviewing it. So Philip McKnight and AI and Kiesel did a guitar, and the Guitar Mafia was against AI. Yeah, funny how it changes, right? The pub owners are trying to revive live performance in your area. Wow, that's cool. Yeah, because at some point it's going to go back to its roots where there a lot of mom and pops and the pubs are going to have to bring in live music to make money or they're going to not have a business. It's just that easy. It's that simple. The Zoo version or Eleanor Rigby? It was pretty cool. It wasn't bad. I'm not like a huge I'm not a huge Beatles fan. Yeah, I had short hair when I did some of that stuff. A free guitar and they'll sell their soul for a jelly roll. Yeah, yeah. Philip McKnight's like an ex fucking GC employee trying to get his job back. So I think he's trying to shield the idea of those McKnight guitars back to GC because he had a connection on how to make guitars. And who knows who that was? But I think they were Chinese. Daughtry didn't talk much to me. But like when I did those shows with Vinny Appice, he was very cordial and he was very nice. But he's not a big talker. I talked to Jim Crean, a singer, a lot, and the guitar player and the bass player was really cool. It was funny. He was having some personal issues with a girl, so he was always on the phone for the shows. Sea Dog's mom? I think Zach lives in a fucking mobile home with his mom because I saw pictures in his video with the cabinets are like they're mobile home-ish and they're run down. You could tell it's just a run down place and he works like a regular 9 to 5 job, probably making like $12, $15 an hour. Oh, you saw him? Yeah, he's kind of losing his voice a little bit. And I looked up Jason Todd. I think he did an interview. He stepped away from music and he went into rehabs and stuff and he just reconnected with Brad. So like, I reached out to Brad and say, "Hey, I heard you." I text him as well. Yeah, and we need people to start going back out into the clubs and supporting. Here it's big. South Florida it's big. We got all Miami. We got like I said, we have Sharkies not far from me. We have Crazy Uncle Mike's. They're packing 1,000 people almost every night. And the part for me that's hard is I got 3 or 4 guitar centers within probably 40 minutes of me, and then I have MAE Music Arts Enterprises near me. And then I have Guitar Exchange, which is near me. I got probably close to 20 or 30 shops around me. I know Rob Ferran, he does custom guitars. I know Mark Funk that does custom guitars, and they do guitars for celebrities. So it's hard for me not to buy guitars. That's why I buy a lot of guitars. I'm around it a lot. McKnight used to be a Buddha. Now he wants his job back. Zandig. What's up, bro? Zandig? I don't know how you say your name. I'll just say Zandig. Zandig. Like Danzig. Phil has a signature guitar with Kiesel. I don't know why. Phil is a nobody. He's a social media star. A lot of these guys, yeah, Sweetwater's close too. A lot of these guys let that shit get to their head. You know, they like going in. Here's the funny part. You don't see a lot of celebrity guitar players at NAMM anymore. Like, you're not seeing George Lynch and Reb Beach. They don't do that no more. They're too busy touring. Who goes there? Social media wannabe guitar players. I don't go to NAMM. Patrick don't go to NAMM. Dave Spitz don't go to NAMM. I don't know anybody around here that's been in a half a famous band that's going to NAMM. What's up, Mash Tater? That's a cool name right there. There's nobody going to NAMM that I see famous. You might see a Dweezil Zappa, but I mean, he's famous from his dad, and he's a great guitar player. But these aren't like legendary guitar players going there no more. Rick Beato's going there. I mean, no one gives a shit about these people. When was the last time you walked into a Guitar Center and you saw a 15-year-old go, "Hey man, can you get me that Philip McKnight signature guitar? Or how about that Rick Beato amp or that Rick Beato Gibson? Or even who's that girl that I talk about? I forgot her name too. With Gibson. Yeah, it's just a signature Gibson. So you can see, and I've asked Rick, whose idea was it to do the signature Gibson? Because you make two changes on a Gibson, you pay $6,000, and then they give you a signature guitar. Yeah, NAMM's dead. Nobody fucking goes to that shit no more. No one cares. They're not inventing anything any better. I mean, they can make pedal boards like Fractal more efficient, like the FM9 or the rack with the pedal board. They can make this more efficient with the Stage Pro. I mean, but in reality, are they any better than 5 years ago? Nah. You never heard of Beato? What's his band called? I don't know. Rick Beato's coming to Australia soon? Really? No, not Lizzie Hale. She's like a blues guitar player that got mad at everybody. Cute girl. But she's playing blues, and all these guys were like rude to her. Yeah, like my channel's not that big. I got 43 the other night, and I come on. The other night it was up to 54, I think. I know that there's channels with like 30,000 subscribers that get maybe 60 to 80 people on here. It's not much more than me, and I'm only at 3,000. I think a lot of people want to hear more of reality and what's going on as opposed to the lying shills and, oh, I got a signature guitar from Kiesel. You know, would I recommend this guitar to anybody? No. I would tell you it can play all genres. But it's not a cheap guitar, but what I can say is, if you know somebody at Guitar Center and you can use a 20% off, and I got a case from the back that was a Fender hard case that's $225 with this guitar out the door for like 1,000 plus tax. How are you going to beat a Japanese-made Fujikura factory fucking RG550 that's a purple chameleon like this? And the bar is so floaty. I mean, I can do that harmonic pinch with that floaty thing easy. There you go. Yeah, Mechanic Jams had 11 people. Yeah. Oh, you love the Peter Criss plushie? Grace Bowers, that's her. Look, I've never heard one person at a Guitar Center in the last 2 or 3 years say, "Can you get me that Grace Bowers guitar?" No, it's social media shillers are done. People, It was a great fad while it fucking lasted. Now the truth and reality is going to set in, and their channels are just going to disappear slowly, and it's just the way of the world. And if they don't have real stories and they're not real people and they fucking shield to all these people and now they got to be real, they're going to see right through them. That's the problem. You can't pitch this and pitch this and pitch this and go, look, you know, my channel's done because I was selling so much equipment and I didn't really respect you as people and tell you the truth about all this. Yeah, it's called a neon purple. Like it changes like colors and stuff. It's a cool guitar. Is it for everybody? It's a little flashy, but it's an RG Genesis 550, and they made it the Fujikura factory, which all the RGs are some of them are worth $5,000-$6,000 now. So is it a great guitar to get right now at like $1,100? This guitar was cheaper than the Jackson that Joe bought. That Jackson, which is not even close to the Butler one, that is a 85 Sandinas. Now, it's not a bad guitar, but I don't have to change nothing on this. It's got the better Floyd. It's got the Edge Pro. It's got the go-to tuners. Let me see. I don't know if you can read those. It's made in Japan. For $1,100 out the door with a fucking hard shell case, not a gig bag, that's an amazing price for something that's that kind of quality. It's not Indonesian. It's out of the Fuji factory. That's where all those high-end guitars came out. The gems, all of them. Yeah, it's a really nice guitar. It actually plays too fast for me. My fingers slip off of it. So, like, I have to be careful because now I gotta lower the middle pickup. I haven't set this up for me. But the neck is fucking fast. This is a shredder's dream. It needs strings too. I mean, it's so fast and easy to play. So you're getting great pickups. The Floyd thing, the Edge Pro is great. It's just a great overall guitar. It's got the laser etching on the double lines on the neck. It's a 5-piece neck. It's got the matching headstock. It's just a cool guitar. And it's purple, one of my favorite colors. Yeah, I think they're better than the Floyds. The Edge Pros. I don't know what this one is. You'd have to look up this one. I can't read it. Whatever this Edge is, this might be a 1 or a 2. I don't know what it is. It's one of the better ones. It feels great. Yeah, it's brand new. I got this brand new. Look, the plastic's still on it. Look. I bought it new. For $1,000 out the door, plus tax with the case. They were bad-mouthing Creed. That's a bad... Scott Stapp... yeah, that's a bad thing. Yeah, the Edge Pro... I mean... Yeah, it depends on the strings. These strings are old. And I put new strings on the other Ibanez I had, and it was the... those NYXLs. The low strings I didn't realize are 52s or 5610s, somewhere around there. The 10s I use on my Diodarios are more like 46s. So I actually traded them in for the other Diodarios, like the 46 lows. Because those are too thick for me. I didn't like the way it fielded. I didn't like the way it fielded. Yeah, to get a guitar like this, and this guitar is going to be worth money because they do them like every 10 years or so. The RG550 Genesis Collection Series, and they're the same specs, exact same specs as they made them in the 80s. Just like Mopar, yeah. I'm a big Roadrunner Mopar fan. I had a Mopar. Now I got like how many Kleins do I have? I had two here. I had the Earth one with the thing. I had the what is it, the Wolf or Tiger one. I had the crazy um it looked like the Schecter, but it was like a silver splotch. I don't know what you call that. And then what was the other one I had? I got there's four. There's four of them. I don't remember them all. A couple of them I've shown on the channel. Yeah, the Satrianis, they have good trems too. See, look, 54 people. That's what I'm saying. That's almost as many people as these huge channels. So they want to hear, they want to see, they want to see the AT&T. Like I was talking before. Any funny memories from the 80s you want to share? There's lots of those. Me getting electrocuted, me falling off a stage when I ran across, um, my hair getting caught in the doors because it was so long, and the doors opened and I waited to go call what they were gonna walk us on the stage. So they flashlight you through the hallways, and then the door shut on my hair because it was big. I went to walk and fell backwards, almost ripped the hair out of my head. Oh, what year and model? I had a '69 Roadrunner. It was plum purple. First it was yellow. Then I had the fiberglass some of it. I bought it from my dad bought I should say my dad bought it for me, but he bought it from my neighbor. It had like the 410 posi rear. It had the 383 with the tunnel ram on there. It had the six pack with the progressive linkage where you only ran on the two in the middle and then you stepped on it and they all kicked in. The Hughes and Kettner, the switchblades, and the core blades. It's because I'm relatable. Thanks, man. Yeah, I had a lot of cars. I remember Dusters. I had a Duster that was souped up. I had my dad had power wagons. I had old Corvettes, 77 Corvettes. I don't know if it's in here. I still got an IROC. So my wife gave the IROC back to her father, and then he died, so we didn't know what to do with it. My kid wanted it, so I took it over. Whoops. Let me see if it's in here. Is it in here? I don't think it's in here. Oh, you know where it's in? Facebook. Let me do the Facebook thing. Is it in there? Whoops. Yeah, I can go on Facebook and probably see it. Oh, look at that. Charvel. Carlos Cavazzo's birthday. I get all that stuff. Let me see. Let me see if I can. What was I looking for? The car. The car's in here. My kid's 11. Let me show you some of his drawings. Marcel, my buddy Marcel works at Miami Ink. He said that's really good. This was one of the Corvettes I had. What's edit? I've shown that before. I love the old Corvettes though. Like I love the 77s and the 52s. I might have pictures of him washing the car. Here's his Frankenstein drawing. That was good too. He drew some stuff for Amir. Because Amir sent him what do you call it, mastodon or something, shark tooth or something, megalodon shark tooth. Let's see. It might be in here. You can search this, can't you? Let me see. How do you search pictures? I don't know how you search pictures, but I know the Camaro's closed. My wife's got pictures of me in a couple cars too. This was another guitar that I have. I've shown this before on the channel, the ESP. That's a cool guitar too. Oh, here it is. That one sits out in the driveway. So that's one of the cars in the driveway. I should show you. This was at a restaurant here in Fort Lauderdale. So he was trying to catch fish off of there. He didn't catch none though, because they feed him at the restaurants. It's funny. We got some cool pictures of Kiss too. At when I brought him, so I brought him to see Kiss. Do we have any cool pictures in there, or did I just take pictures of him? What was this one at? Oh no, that's the playground. I thought those were riggers. Yeah, you can't see the band, but let's see. That was their farewell tour. We were sitting over there. He wanted me to go see Gene Simmons. He wanted to show him his Pokemon collection. I said, I don't think he's interested in Pokemon. That was a funny story. Let's see. Any other cool pictures? Oh, it's this one. This was me dressed up for Halloween. That was a couple years ago. That was before I got hurt though. There's Big Bobo with him. He's a huge dog. He looks like a polar bear. I mean, you can see the couch there. He's humongous. It's like one of the biggest dogs you'll ever see. Yeah, his birthday's today, Carlos. The Challengers and Cuda. The Barracudas are badass. I love the Cudas. Yeah, I'm lucky. He's a good kid. You know. The Trans Ams are badass too, like the old Burt Reynolds, the black Trans Ams and stuff. Those are cool. My mom was an artist. I used to draw too. I got pictures that I drew as well. Oh, a 68, 69? Those are badass Camaros. You just sold a 67? Diablo Guitars? Isn't that the guy the Masters of Shred does? I don't remember. The Masters of Shred? Hey, what's up, Cosmic? You gone crazy, bro? Here, let's see. I restrung the other one. Here, let me put this up and get the one I restrung. I'll show you the difference in the string sound after they fixed it. Let's see. Can I get that up there? Can I get a guitar? I'm gonna have to put that in. Can we switch? Can I switch hands? Can I hold two guitars with one hand? Oh, we got it in. So I'll show you like the heavy gauge 10s. These are brand new strings on Floyd.com. They almost sound scooped to me. Let's see. What if we add more mids? It's heavy on the bass. I don't know why. Let's see. Low cut. Let's turn the low cut up. Oh, the low cut was off. Can't have that. There we go. Maybe that's what was messing up the tone. That's got a lot of gain. Cut the gain. Flick it. Oh, that don't fit on there right. My delay sounds wicked. The wicked delay. I'm the wicked delay master. See, that's not a lot of gain. I don't like a lot of gain. It sounds alright. Now, he plays drums and keyboards and sings, but he doesn't want to get into it. Like, he likes it, but he doesn't. You know what I mean? I mean, he's at that age where the games are so complex today. Like, I have an original PlayStation as well, but I didn't really have any games for it. So it sat, and there was some good money, but I didn't even know if it worked anymore. So he actually just went to GameStop, and they had some the Pac-Man, with the 4 things on the Pac-Man. And he actually, I went and bought a monitor, like a computer monitor, because it's got the old plugins, and it worked. And so he's like into games and stuff and drawing. Yeah, I use 10s, but these are heavy. These are a lot more heavy for me. They do sound good. Red AI plays Iran national anthem on guitar. Oh man, that's funny. The delay is a four-head delay. I do longs and shorts on there, but it's got pitch on there as well. So I'll let you hear. Usually I don't have reverb live. So it would be like a raw mix. So it would probably be like, let's see. Exit this. Turn that down. And then we go in here. It would sound like this probably live. So now you can hear more of the chorus come out. Hey, what's up, Sasquatch? So it would sound more like this. So now I can add a little more of the attack to it. Sound more like that. Hey, did you hear what I said about the AT&T thing? You might have to watch the video, but AT&T is controlling a lot of stuff that's going into YouTube, and it's I think Rick Beato and all these guys, because they're tied into Red Shoal, and Red Shoal, I think they made Rick look like a leader, but I think it's Red Shoal dictating everything to a lot of people. And his dad's at AT&T, but AT&T is controlling a lot of the industry, including independent artists, and they're blocking them. No, I didn't put a battery. I bought batteries, though. I had to go out and buy batteries. I just bought batteries. That's funny you say that. Here, I'll let you guys hear everything off. Let's see. Let's take everything off. The delays. This is just, this is what hardly any effects on it. So that's what it sounds like with like no effects. A hollow body, no, I don't have a hollow body in here. What happened, Gigi? Why you got a sad face? Oh, 'cause it's not charged? No. You saw the bass though, right? I gotta put a battery in. I must have left that plugged in and not realized it. Like late at night. See, this sounds a little muddy to me. I don't know if this is wired correct. Let's see. That's a little muddy sounding to me. I don't think Gary wired it. I don't think that's wired correct. These are the same pickups. Sounds different, right? What if you redid Crazy Train? Metal. I got a fucking weird mind. That doesn't sound digital to me. I don't know what Sea-Dog was talking about. That's the thing. Again, you can really hear the pick. You can hear everything come through there. More delay. It's not good for rhythms, though. It's about normal. Not warmed up enough for that. Ah. Don't bass. Yeah, Black Lawless once called him the tool of ignorance. Yeah, Gigi's a bass player. She wanted to see the bass. It's a Talisman Ibanez, but it's a silver sparkle. I think I'm gonna switch to nines. This has nines. Joe's guitar has nines. I think I'm gonna switch to nines. See that, like, all the other guitars sound great. I think Gary wired that wrong. It doesn't sound right to me. You know what I mean? And then, like, I'll try them against the other pickups. Listen. I'm not warmed enough to do that. Oh, Warwick, those are great basses. A red one. Squatch says it. Red had his channel taken down. The whole Ret AI channel was removed. No, I don't own any semi-hollow. See, there's another guy, 60 Cycle Hum. He's with the Henning Pauly, and they're all... I think he created that video. Because there's nothing on that video that was copywritten. So if they removed that, it was him that removed it. And I think he removed it after, I don't know what to do. He's in control of all that. He probably removed it and said, you see, it is copywritten. I think he did that to prove a point. I think it's all fake. Now this is called it's Japanese. This is the Marco Flogi? I don't know how you say his name. These are all EMGs. But no, it's not. There's no signature or nothing. This is like a Jackson 1 or something from Japan. Yeah, he's a flamer. 60 seconds. Henning Pauly. They're all probably pedos, right? Allegedly. From all that backlash they got. So I'm comparing the DiMarzios with the EMGs, and then we'll go to Duncan's. We could do the Peavies. The Peavies. See, these are nines. They're brighter. I think I'm going to move to nines. I met Wayne Charvel. I never met Grover. Back to jamming. Back to jamming. One day I'll get that nice. Yeah, I think I'm gonna switch back to nines. You play nines? I don't know. It just seems they seem brighter. It's a better tone sound. They're not so heavy thick. I feel like I control nines better with my pick too. Like less effort. Yeah, Rhett's a bully. See, here's the thing. You cannot, it's hard to make an AI video of another person's channel. I tried it. You can put an AI in there, but how are you going to copy that? It's hard. I put my video in 3 different AIs since they make me an AI version of me, but better looking. It would not allow it in 3 different apps. It wouldn't allow me. So he has the ability to do that with his dad somehow. And I think he took it down to go, see, it was copywritten. I know what the fuck I'm talking about. He's full of shit. Jack Bruce, yeah. Warwick bases were nice. I like Warmouth too. The old Warmouth. And then, who was the guy that was here building? He was building bases for a lot of famous people. Pavel. There was a luthier here named Pavel. I forgot his last. I just remember Pavel. He was building bases for like Here's another great guitar player that nobody talks about. Randy Coven. You guys know who Randy Coven is? Or David Chastain? Randy Coven, David Chastain. Those are some more guys. Spectres are really nice too. The Spectre basses are great too. See, nines is more controllable for me. I'm gonna go back to nines. Maybe I'll practice on the strings with it. Yeah, Rachel Bolan. Defender Am. I love the Talisman Eyes. I've had that bass for years. It's the controls on it are unbelievable. The pickup designs, the way they got the two stacked in the Z and then the single bar. Then it has blend knobs on it. You know, it's active, but it has a bunch of stuff on there. I like the JD Edwards too. The ESP other line from ESP, the JD Edwards basses and guitars. Those are nice guitars and basses as well. Those are the Japanese versions of ESP Edwards. ESP Edwards. The Blue Burst, yeah. No, they're all different tensions. Some of them I do like because they're harder to bend, and I don't bend. I use them a lot live, but because like my hand's heavy, I get that. I have to be careful. And it's crazy because it's hard to. Sometimes if you want to set a Floyd up hard, and if it's a lighter wood, and you really crank that to have that stiff, you can actually rip it out if you put too many springs in there. I've had that happen because you're tightening them and loosening them, tightening them. So as you're screwing up and down, because it's not like a sleeve like on the Floyds, it's a weird thing. You can actually have that plate come loose. Oh, Steve Collins gifted you bass? Nice. Oh, you got an Edwards Mini Les Paul? Those are really cool. Those are underrated guitars, those Edwards. I have a John Sykes and I have a Blue Metal Flake Les Paul. The Edwards. Those are in my warehouse. Because they did some cool like signature stuff. Music Man, yeah. The Stingrays are badass. They make an Edwards Stingray too. That's really nice. The Edwards Stingray. Tennis. Fucking Rick Graham stole that lick from me. I've been doing that for like 30 years. I can't believe Rick Graham stole that lick and put it in his video. I even commented to him. I go, where'd you get that lick from, bro? I've been doing that for like 30, 40 years. He's got some fucking great legato, though. Rick Graham's a great guitar player. I saw Robert Baker on his channel. Dude, you're like... right under me. I'm like, where'd you get that lick from, bro? I've been doing that like 30, 40 years. When I see somebody do something weird, like if I see this thing with that harmonic flutter, They got that for me because I just created that. Like a week ago? Yeah, he'll get the views. He's got a big channel. So it's going to look like he came up with it and I copied him. But I got videos like from, I don't know, a long time ago. I do that like live everywhere. I do it in actually Bang Your Head. When I would play that, you know, at the end, we usually did that song last. So the Randy would be easier on this. Love Hate was great. Blackout in the red room. Jizzy's a friend of mine. Jizzy Pearl. I've done shows with him. He actually came into my town where he wasn't singing for a while for either of the bands. He got in a car accident and he kind of fucked up his back, so he was here. And he was a friend of my friend Spike. So Spike was bringing him to the shows, and Spike didn't know that I knew him, and he would get up and we would do like a set of Rat together or Quiet Riot. That was probably like 15 years ago. We did Blackout in the Red Room. We played all that stuff. So he would come out like 2 or 3 nights a week and he would still sing. I'm like, what are you doing here? He's like, man, I got in an accident. I kind of. Yeah, but he used to be in Rat. He's in Quiet Riot now. I just saw him. I tried to. They weren't letting nobody backstage, and I knew all the security and stuff. But I ended up talking to Rudy Sarzo's godson, and I took pictures with them and stuff. He never called. I called that Amy chick too with the good voice. She's probably a flake. She never called back. Here I could get her a fucking deal, and she didn't. One of the best voices I ever heard, but she's probably a flake. Why wouldn't you call me? I'm like, I work for Atlantic Records. We could record some tracks here, and then I'll send them in. I'll get you a spec deal. Easy. She was a good-looking girl. I don't know. You saw me do that? You did it when I first asked about the spring tension? Oh, yeah. Rhett AI stole your wife? They never call. They never call back. Yeah. It's like I don't understand. Like if I'm still associated with labels, and there was a lot of people because it was a music store, and he's like, yeah, he's written for this person, that person, this person. He can make you a superstar. And I was like, you got an incredible voice. And she was attractive. I could have got her a record deal easy. Easy. The labels would have ended up fighting over them. That's fucking odd. I just got a message from Vinnie Moore. Oh man, that Screaming for Vengeance is tough. It's hard if you don't warm up, it's just voice manipulation, like a lot of people don't understand, like the diaphragm. Like I blew my voice out many years ago, so I'm not a great singer anymore. It cracks here and there, But like, like I, it's not it's I. So you're not emphasizing the ah, it's the E. E-I-O-U. Like, woke up to the sound of pouring rain. A. You're holding those vowels and stuff. So like when you so it's easy, like if you start listening to some of the vocals, like, you know um even Axl Rose doing a "Welcome to the jungle, we got fun and games, learn to live like an animal, honey, I know your name, we are the people that you find wherever it may be." It's just voice manipulation. Now I'm not belting that, obviously, but that, the ah that kind of stuff is just voice manipulation, like falsetto to chest to stomach. My Sharona. My Sharona. That's a great song. That's a really good song. It's a hard song to do? Fucking, Painkiller. Gonna go feed your face? Nice. Yeah, I'm not gonna stay on too much longer. My back is shot. I'm on gabapentin, naproxen, another medication. I don't even know what the fuck it is. They just told me to take it. Yeah, and again, if you're practicing, I would always recommend that you're singing the notes. You keep going higher and higher in different registers and stuff. Dangerous Toys is great. I love that band. Another underrated band. There's so many underrated bands, it's ridiculous. Something like that. I don't remember that lead either. I can fake them pretty good. No one would never fucking know. Only guitar players. Oh, that wasn't quite exactly right, bro. Yeah, don't worry about it. It's my version of what's that name? I forget that name. The song. Another thing coming. What a great rhythm. What's the other one? That's wrong. I don't remember that either. That don't even sound right. Breaking the law, breaking the law. I don't remember that. I barely get through living after midnight. Teasing, pleasing, that's a great song. It's kind of like the Dockin'. I forgot breaking the chains. I don't remember that note. Shilling After Midnight. Oh, what a great... Somebody's going to do an AI song. Shilling After Midnight. Crying all day. No, wait. He's so gay. He's so gay. Man, I forget a lot of songs. Always Loved You on a Sunday morning. Brittany Fox. Long Way Love. I think that's an A. I don't remember that either. I think that's Icon. I don't remember. Bong Load? Bong it up. Fill it to the top. You deserved it, Cosmic. Girls School, Brittany Fox was great too. Brittany Fox, man. That Davidson guy really fucked that. He would have been a great replacement instead of Axl Rose for AC/DC. I pitched it. I don't think Axl was a great fit. He was just a name. But somebody from Axl Rose camp, the Guns N' Roses camp, they had sent a live video to me somehow through Facebook. And I go, that's fucking horrible. So they wrote me back. And they go, who are you? I think it's Axl Rose's thing. I go, bro, that really sucked. I said, I'm on Atlantic Records for 40 years. I said, I'm embarrassed for you. I have to show you in the... Do I have that in... I might even have that in my fucking email. Let me see. Because I can get on Facebook through my tablet. Let me see if I can find this for you. Because I was like, who the fuck are you think you are? I go, that sucks. It's like they're saying, oh, John Bon Jovi sounds great now. And then they show like a 2-second clip like, all right. And then it's Phil doing solos. I'm like, well, where the fuck is John? You guys are hiding his vocal. Because I don't think it's as good as what they say. Let me see. Where do I look at messages? Let me see. Messages. Where's messages? Home. What's this one? Insights, home. What's this one? Oh, wait. Groups. Oh, is this Marketplace? What's this one? Chats. Guns N' Roses headquarters. What's up? Guess you might be very surprised to see my text message, but guess what? We're all humans. Where are you from? Atlantic Records, bitch. Look, I'm not lying. I know that's Axl Rose. 100%. What's up? I guess you might be very surprised to see my text, but guess what? We're all humans. Fuck off. Don't promote Guns N' Roses when you sound like that. You sound like shit, bro. Yeah, Vince Neil needs to stop. Don Dawkins, horrible. Alone again. Yeah. He can't even push. He can't even talk sing anymore. Standing in the Shadows, that's a good one too. Man, Gigi knows all the fucking 80s rock songs. She knows more than me. Between you and Michael and Scott, honestly, Scott, I don't know how Joe Wentz plays all those songs, how he remembers them. Like, when do you get to fucking practice? I don't even work, and I don't have time to practice like that. You know, I'm still working on, like, the Mob Rules and the Heaven and Hell and all the Dio stuff, you know. I just went back over, like, the Rainbow and the Dark Side. See, I saved my pick. You know, like, so I was doing it that way, and I was like, you know what? It sounds better just going. Yeah, Don Dokken. Yeah, Into the Fire is great too. What is it? Into the Fire. Don was okay in some of the stuff. Their best album was Under Lock and Key for me. Like, you know, like on that album, like Into the Fire, I love Don't Close Your Eyes. That was my favorite song on that album. Don't close your eyes. Vince Neil should hold a guitar stand in one place. Yeah, like even that, everyone was saying how Mick Mars lost his lawsuit. He didn't. They settled out of court, and a bunch of labels stepped in and told Nikki Sixx, "You're fucked if you do this." You offer him a good deal. He built your band. So they had to settle out of court, and Mick got the better end of the deal on that. Yeah, I don't know how Joe has all those songs in his... Like, I have a lot of songs in my head, but I can't... I only know parts. You know, I'll know parts. You know what I mean? Like the Van Halen stuff, some of it. I don't remember all of it. You know, the little guitar. Like, I remember parts, you know? Like the Spanish Fly. Or like Hot for Teacher. I only remember parts of songs. So just say you're about to steal a few guitar licks from you. Tooth and nail. You can steal all you want. I don't remember that. Rob the Cradle. I can learn parts of it. I'd have to listen to it. Yeah, they took Vince to the cleaners. Yeah, that's for sure. But that's how they got him back in the band. After they fired him. Yeah, Don Dykins full of shit about a lot of stuff. I don't know what the fuck his problem is, to be honest. Like, he was talking about how everybody in the band was doing cocaine and blah, 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 and he was the clean one. Bullshit. He always showed up late all the time. He always had fucking powder all over his nose. He was bringing in girls. He was, like, the worst of all of them. And George is a friend of mine, so I'll stick up for George. George and Jeff Pilson were writing most of that fucking music. I know that for a fact. Jeff Pilson's a genius of songwriting and arranging and producing. That's why he was with Michael Schenker. That's why he was with Foreigner. He's one of the best in the business. People ask, I'll say, you taught me how to do it. No, you don't have to. Which licks are they? The George licks? Yeah. It would have been interesting if George had actually got into Ozzy and they kept him. I think they could have done some cool fucking shit. George just got nervous. He was like nervous. They're like, "Why'd you cut your hair off?" They. I was there when he got fired. It was fucking harsh, bro. Harsh. I was like, when I saw that, I was kind of glad my dad wouldn't sign the papers. That was the turning point for me where I said, these aren't nice people. I saw them fire George in person. I was there. And I was because I was trying to help him, and other people were trying to help him. And then what happened is they just had enough, and Ozzy walked right up to him and said, "Oh, you're no longer needed. Bye." And then he was like, "What about my pay?" He goes, He never got paid or anything. Oh, that song. That's a cool riff. I think I played it that way. I redid it. It does need to be in drop D. It sounds better. Yeah, he would have pulled my hair. I'd have punched him in the balls. If he pulled my hair like Jake or Randy, I would have fucking punched him. I ain't lying. That was like a weird pet peeve of mine. You know, not so much more, but because I teased it out and it was like, with the hairspray, it was hard as a fucking rock already. And if you touched it, I got 2 messages from Vinny. I wonder what he wants. I would have fucking punched him right in the balls. That I do that lick a lot too on the track. It's a backwards triad. I do that a lot. Carmine's a trip. Couple drop. Oh, nice. This one? Yeah, I love this. I got this from Joe Wentz. Me and Joe did a trade. So I had a guitar like this that I fell in love with. It was a magenta, and it had the gold hardware. So when I saw that and he was going to sell, I was like, dude, I'll trade you. I traded him my purple EVH because I knew he loved purple. And it was a good trade for me because I love that guitar. But this actual guitar, not his, but this kind of style with the color was sentimental to me, and I should have never got rid of it. me, me not to. I don't know if he. Let me see if it's going to. It's going to my phone. You hear the beeps? I got two beeps. It just says you have a message from him. Let me see if it went into here in my messages. Sometimes they don't go in here. How the fuck did I get out of here? I can't tell you that one. Oh my god. I'll have to ask him if I can share that. That's fucking funny. He can be funny. You're 69? Yeah, I just showed. I got a thing from Carlos too. It was in my feed. Carlos cover. He was with Wayne Charvel. Gave him a guitar or something for his birthday. Carlos is cool. You would be proud of you playing some ZZ Top. He, Vinny just said, "What are you doing all on the fucking live feeds?" He goes, "Libanezes do play nice," and then he's go, "No, I can't. I'll have to ask him if I could share the other part." But it's funny as fuck. Carlos is playing with Rat. You can chill now. I haven't talked. I haven't. I'll have to get. I know Patrick was doing some small tours, but I'll have to see if Patrick's in town. And I gotta. I still gotta. Steve. I know we just had like a little 4th of July thing, and I got rehearsals coming because he asked if he could come. Sunday, and I said no. It's like after the holidays. I said next Sunday I got rehearsal. I'm gonna see if I can record that. I don't know if I can go live. I'll have to see what they say. They might want me to do one rehearsal with them and then they go, you can record the second one. We just want to check first, make sure everything is straight. You bought Vinnie Moore? Yeah, he was the one that I auditioned for. It was Vinnie Moore and Tony McAlpine. They were there, and they said, because Mike Varney, I never asked him if he played or anything. He just was into like metal music. He was like weird. He was like, he looked like Mafia to me. Mike Varney. I don't know. Sometimes he had a mustache, short black hair. He always wore fucking sunglasses. You could never tell what he was thinking. He had like a poker face. And he would be like, check the kid out. Like, he would say stuff like that. And then he would leave, and they would ask me a bunch of questions, and then I played for them. And then I go, that's it? And then what happened to it, they go, do you guys play? Because Tony McAlpine really didn't have long hair then. He had like short hair. And I think he got extensions later. And he goes, yeah. I go, can you play some? And then Tony played, and I was like, get the fuck out of here, man. Like, he just creamed it. Like, I never saw anyone play like that. Yeah, he was a shrapnel guy. Yeah, so that's who, the Danzig family, that's who got me, my dad, to contact, because, like, I didn't know anything, but they were in the music business, and they're the ones that helped get in touch with Mike Varney, and then they said, you got to send a videotape, but he's got to audition. So I had already had tracks, so I played along with my tracks and a Fostex with a fucking JCM 800 half stack in my bedroom. And I played my tracks and stuff. But I had I was doing stuff like this if, 14 years old, 14, 15 years old. I was doing stuff like, that weird. I was doing like stuff like that, you know, and all the sweeping. But I was faster. I think I was like I was way faster than I am now. Yeah, I was playing a lot of that stuff, but I was getting it from like Yuli John Roth. You know, like in Al Di Meola. So when I heard stuff like that was Al Di Meola. That's Land of the Midnight Sun. Like they wouldn't do it like really long runs, but they would go. But that kind of stuff, that's Al Di Meola. That's where I got all that. That's Al Di Meola. Those speedy runs were all Al Di Meola. That's where I got it all. And then I heard Yuli John Roth with the, you know, the. But you got to remember too, I studied classical piano first. My grandmother was a classical pianist, and so I studied from her. So it was just a matter of time before somebody hit that. But I had already heard like Yuli John Roth. I was into like Pat Metheny, Paco de Lucia. Like I was into like players because I was like, holy shit. Yngwie's alright. I've gotten to play with him a couple times. Yeah, Al Di Meola was a shit. You know, like the Friday Nights album. That's why my runs aren't Yngwie-ish sounding, even though it's got speed. It's because I was a Yuli John Roth and Al Di Meola guy, and Paco de Lucia, John McLaughlin. And then, like, you know, going to seeing Sean Lane do like these, like that kind of weird stuff was like a eye opening too. I was like intervallic spreads like that, and I was like, holy shit. And then I was watching Frank Caballo like sweeping. I was like, what the hell? You know, and then that was like a GIT. Like he was his sweeping was like, I was like, I can't do that. Yngwie's great though. Yeah, Tony. That's why Tony auditioned me, because my audition, I had piano parts in there on my tracks, and I got on the keyboard and played too. Because I wasn't sure if I was going to get in on my guitar playing, but I played actually piano better than I did at that time than guitar. Yeah, I don't think I'm fast anymore. To me, I'm not fast. I know that's a weird thing for me to say. Yeah. I'll see the light tonight. I tried to get Jeff. Me and Jeff talk, but it's hard to get him to commit to that Legends thing. That would be unbelievable. I even asked Jason. I said, "Why don't you and Jason come in on the Legends thing with us? You guys could do some Saigon Kick, and then I'll do some of the other stuff with you. We'll have Jason as a special guitar player, and you could do a set of Saigon Kick." I mean, it's a great opportunity to sell out like 5,000, 10,000 seaters. The problem is the guitar players like that don't want to let go of the singers that they're working with. And everybody's in a fucking hurry to get bands together because they need this. You know, especially if you're not on records no more and touring, and that's what your job is, you're constantly playing. For me, I don't need the money because I did well writing. These guys, like, you know, Patrick, he's not a writer, so he's just a gigging drummer. Even though he's on records, he gets residuals, but he gets, like, performance royalties and stuff. Like, he's not going to get a melody royalty that's 50% of the record. It's like, yeah, is Amir still here? I know he was looking for more of the... That's a great legato practice right there. That's Randy Rhodes-ish. That's a really good practice. I'm faster than Grease Lightning. Your mama will tell you I know what I'm talking about. I know some of it can get fast, and like I'll feel my hands opening up more and more. You know, it's just a matter of, you know, when you're playing like that. I know certain things like that are kind of fast. So certain stuff like that's pretty fast. I know that it's hard for a lot of guitar players, but I've seen, you got to remember, I play with some of the best guitar players in the world. So like when I see them, I'm like, oh shit. Like Marshall Harrison, he's a great guitar player, and I think he's taken some of my stuff and using it, but he does it in such a unique way. I'm like, man, I wish I could have thought of that. You know, like I see him doing some of these like. But I see him doing them in a different way. And I'm like, damn. Like, when you see somebody take your lick that's way better than you, and you go, what the fuck, man? This guy's great. I wish I thought of that. I should have thought of that. And I'm like, man, because Marshall's faster than me. Like, there's a couple, like Rick Graham, he's a great legato guy. But it's like a one-trick pony where I can see Marshall Harrison doing everything. And I like Alex Hutchings better than Guthrie Govan because I like the way that Alex has, like, Guthrie lacks some feel sometimes. Yeah, Marshall's a beast. So me and Marshall talk. Like, if you go on his channel, he calls me the Tone Master, which is funny. I told him I'd get him some people and I'd shout him out on my channel. If you haven't, go join his page. I mean, he does some fucking unbelievable stuff. So for him to, you know, to talk to me and say, you know, you're a great guitar player and you got incredible tone, that's crazy for me because he's another guy that I always looked up to for the last 20 years and go, damn. That guy's gifted. He's like another Sean Lane. The Swybrid, yeah, I can't do that. He does this weird thing with pentatonics I've tried for years, but I don't know how he does this weird thing with pentatonics with the Swybrid. I still can't do it. I can't figure it out. He just does it so fast and clean. And the crazy thing, he's like, well, you can do it this way too, or this way, or this way. And I'm like, man, just make up your fucking mind because I'm having a hard time just doing one. Oh, yeah? Yeah, so he watches the channel. He doesn't come on here and talk, but he'll watch the channel. He's a good guy. He's a good person. So and we talk here and there on his channel. Once in a while he'll come on here and he'll make comments. So, and he says for one of the best guitar players in the industry to say I have great tone, and I'm like, really? You think so? It's funny. You rather watch me laugh? Well, Marshall's got he's like a dry sense of humor. Like he's not like he's like even keel like when he talks. You know what I mean? There's some people that like I've been in the industry, so I have this I don't know, like whatever you want to call it, bubbly personality, or I'm able to talk to people and like I have a connection with people on the way that I talk or my mannerisms. It's because I've been in the industry for so long, and you have to get to know how to talk to people and people that were wanted to autograph or something. You know what I mean? It's like when you're in Disney World and people come up to you at dinner and they're like, "Hey man, can I get a picture with you?" Like waiters and stuff. And my wife's like, "Oh my god, really? Now?" I'm like, "Yeah, it's cool." I still get recognized. The manager just fucking comped my whole meal. You're paying for yours. You know what I mean? It's just funny. Are you going to sleep now? Good night, Gigi. Have fun. Don't go to sleep with Aquanet in your hair. Oh my god, you're gonna wake up like one side and it's gonna be like between the chord changes, stay tonic or fifth or third. I again, it's a weird thing. Here's the thing, Tom. Like when I was playing, like in G major, right? You got your G major, you get your C major, your D major. But here's the weird thing. When you start playing your scales, like if you start taking the C major, and then the D major, you start to realize you got that flat 5 in there, right? But if you look at your A minor and you play A major, what's the difference on the third between A minor and A major? You're flat 5. So A major actually can work in G major with the flat 5. So I look at stuff from position to position. So what I mean by that is like the chords even. That's A minor and A major. That sounds great over it because I include the flat 5 in there between them. So there's like a lot of tricks like that a lot of people don't understand. And it's great to share your son with the blues notes and stuff like that because that's a weird thing. That song Creep does that. I mean, you can solo over that in A minor and A major, or vice versa, do a chord substitution. What happened? A Snow White at a cat. I missed something. There was a Snow White at Disney World that had a beard. You at the bottom? Oh my god, really? So like, so the approach is, playing the fills in between the chord changes, it depends. Like if I'm adding it as a melody, that kind of stuff, you're playing like bluesy stuff. It's just position to position. So if I move, there's a G, there's an A, I lead. I look at like notes in my pattern. So there's a B minor with an A. And how I tie that in was with the flat 5. So I look position to position with like notes and licks that can fit in there with arpeggios and triads. That's the easiest way. Scales out of those positions, tying into notes into chords. So there's an E. I mean, it's all pattern and position. Yeah, it's the same thing for any of the chords. So you got to tie in your chords. Like if you play like a 1 and a 3, so you got 1, 2, 3. That B's the triad. Play an augmented. You just still tying it in the same way. So the chord change really doesn't matter. I'm looking for leading tones, triads and stuff like that. So like if you're saying a B, a 1 to a 3, that G chord, I won't play the G this way. I'll play it open. So I'll tie it in that way. And it just depends on the chords that I come up with first. My dad was friends with their father. I met Glenn and them and the brothers and everything. They used to live here. But Glenn, they were older than me, so I wasn't really friends with them, but I've met them a few times. But that family helped me out with GIT. They pointed my dad. Their dad helped me through the kids in knowing where to go for, because my guitar instructor said, I can't teach your son no more. He's my level. You're going to have to, he's a gifted guy. You're going to have to put him in a school or something. And my dad's like, what do you mean? He's like, your son is really good. He should go to a school with guitar players. He's like, where? He's like, well, California has MIT, GIT, there's Berkeley. My dad's like, what? That's a lot of money. So I went and I played for them and played with them. And because they're very talented guys, they're beyond what you think. It's kind of like Billy Corgan. He's a shredder, the Weezer guitar player. He's a shredder. But they all played music just for the money a certain way. But yeah, they were very helpful in helping me. Like I didn't know where to go, how to do it. You know what I mean? I didn't know anybody. I was just a kid. But then the scene blew up here, as I was getting a little older, like LA and then here. So LA was first and then South Florida was second. You had Lanier, you had Saigon Kick, you had Oni Logan with Lynch Mob, you had, Ray West who ended up in Spread Eagle, you have Area Grande is from here. There's so many people from Miami and Fort Lauderdale and West Palm. No, no, they just helped my father put me to tell me where to go for a school because they were a little bit older and they were in the music industry. They knew about like Berkeley school and like I didn't know anything about Berkeley. I didn't know anything about MIT. I didn't know anything about Atlanta had a school. I forgot the name of it, but there was a GIT there too. So when you see Becker swinging the yo-yo, a lot of people think that that video was in California, but that was actually at the Atlanta Institute. But that Glenn's dad helped talk. My dad and him were friends from upstate because I was born in Rhode Island and I was in Rhode Island, New York, and then I moved here and then I went back and I stayed with my grandmother a little bit and then I moved back. That's and the Benellis, Frankie Benelli, he was older than me too by probably 10 years. He was up there as well, like New York. I know Jim Crean, Vinny Appice from New York. Dragon City's up in New York, who just played with Pretty Boy Floyd and Quiet Ride as well. It's like a small community of who's who going around here. From here, New York and LA. Like I'm still friends with some people. Like Mark, I still talk to Mark Huff here and there from Quiet Riot, the singer after Kevin, because I know him through Taylor Anderson that played with Cinderella, Kip Winger, Lita Ford. Yeah, they're a lot of people don't understand how talented they are. Like John Christ and those guys, they're not like just regular goofballs. They're serious musicians. Like if you tell them to play fucking Racer X, they can do that. They're very talented people. A lot of people always label somebody. It's like the Ramones. We don't know what Johnny Ramone, how good he was inside a bedroom or what he could do. We only saw what he was projecting. See, a lot of it is like Marilyn Manson. He's from here. Brian's from here. He was an editor or wrote for a magazine or wrote a fake story. That's why he could never really sing. So he used the persona of Kiss and Alice Cooper, the beautiful people. He didn't know what to do. That was all a hoax. But so many people wrote into the magazine, who's this Marilyn Manson and the Spooky Kids? So like, like Taylor Swift, her dad was filthy rich, bought the label and signed her. You know what I mean? It's all a facade. It all like Gavin Rosdale from Bush. His dad's like a kabillionaire doctor from Europe somewhere, and he paid his way. I want to be this guy. A lot of and Rick Beato just did a thing. What I saw too is Rick Beato just had a writer on there that I know that wrote for Eminem and a lot of people, and no one knows who he is. I'm like, there you go. Now Rick Beato's showing people like me. He probably his NDAs ran out and he probably retired and he's really old now, so I don't think he's writing for anybody. And he was nervous being there. Some ghostwriter. We're out there. 90% of the music you hear are by ghostwriters, not writer teams that these publishing companies or record labels own. They're 90% of the writers of the music is 90% of ghostwriters, people you'll never know or hear about. He's a serious musician. A lot of people don't understand how good he was. Like as a musician, he's very talented. His brothers were too. I was a gifted family. It's like I play with Dave Spitz, and I asked him. I think it was during the interview. I asked him. I said, "Dude, your brother was in a famous band, Anthrax, and then you're in Sabbath and Great White and White Lion." I go. Was that weird to your parents to have two famous musicians that made it out of at the same time? Like, what are the chances of that? That's phenomenal. And, Danny Spitz doesn't live far from here. Like, I've seen him at Nico McBrain's place. Oh, really? He dropped a short on Ellis? Yeah, it's crazy. So a lot of people, like Steve Morris, is an incredible guitar player, right? I took lessons from him at University of Miami. A lot of people don't understand. His brother was as good as Steve Morris, if not better, but on the drums. His brother was a fucking phenomenal drummer. But Steve doesn't really talk about him that I know about. But his brother is an incredible drummer. It's like Dan Huff. Dan Huff, this great session player. He leaves. He doesn't comment on his family. His dad is what got him in the music industry, Ron Huff. But he doesn't talk about his brother that was in Giant, who was the drummer, who was equally as gifted doing sessions. He doesn't give him his respect and honor. I think that's dirty as a musician, not to talk about your dad who helped you. Like, I'm not afraid to say that the Danzig family help my father and guided him because we didn't know what to do. He was a fucking cop. Like we didn't. I wasn't in a musical family. No one was famous in my family, at that kind of stuff. So we had nowhere to go. My dad knew the Benellis in um, Glenn's family from New York and Rhode Island. And my dad did favors for some of the families. So it's a weird thing. The drumming's not easy. But the thing is, I don't have a problem saying my dad helped me. Without my dad's support and his money and helping me and getting car rides to guitar lessons and my grandmother coming over and teaching, I wouldn't have been here. Yeah, there's a lot of people in Florida. I mean, there's famous people all the time, like around here. Joe Perry lives here. Um, Jimmy Page lives here. Um, Dee Snider lived here. Paul Stanley lived here. Gene Simmons lived here. Seinfeld lives in Boca. There's so many people. The Sarzos have a place in Boca. It's ridiculous. Billy Joel is in West Palm Beach now. His guitar player is always around my area. Chris Mangini from Dream Theater lived here 5 minutes from me in Deerfield. The drum tech for Shinedown lives down the street from me. And he didn't know that I knew Brad Stewart and Jason Todd, but my buddy Vincent did. That's how I met people. But it's a weird thing. I'm in South Florida, but a lot of people don't understand it. It's such a unique area, and like Oni Logan was so talented when he was young. He was in a local band called Diamond Rose, and I remember him and Red Beach used to work together, painting, painting apartments and tennis courts and shit. Oni would tell me there's this guitar player who plays on Fortune. Oh, Fortune, yeah, I know them. My buddy takes drum lessons from Carrie, who's the drummer. So Red was in a local cover band when he was younger here. Mitch Malloy lives in Florida now. Mitch Perry is from Plantation. I don't know if you guys know who Mitch Perry is. He's played in all the bands. He's from here. Johnny Depp's from here. Axl Rose lived here. I mean, there's a lot of fucking people that lived here. It's unbelievable. No, I don't say exactly where because I have a kid and there's so I don't out of 3,000 people and I don't know everybody that's on here watching. I have to be careful what I say because I have to think that there's I can't say I want to say everybody on here is good for the most part, but there could be a guy in here like Sea Dog that might be Zach that I don't know just watching and he hears exactly where I live or something like that. You know what I mean? I still have to be careful about, certain things. The only place that Zach would catch me at is a fucking guitar center. And if he walked in from fucking Georgia or Tennessee where he lives and he walks into a Guitar Center by me, I'm going to level him because I know he's not supposed to be here. I'm just on vacation. Fuck off, you are. Anywhere in the world. And then you're going to come by me? You're just playing with fire. You know what I mean? My biggest fear is my kid. He's 11. You know what I mean? And then, like, that's what I was saying. My dad was a cop for many years. I don't want, it's like I don't want my last name all over the internet, and some fucking guy or judge's son. You know what I mean? I don't know who my dad arrested. I don't know who's got a vendetta. You know what I mean? If someone's going to take a shot at me on stage, so be it. Mitch Malloy. Is that who you're asking about, Mitch Malloy? Mitch is a tough one to deal with. He's got a very big ego. He's a super nice guy, but he has a lot of ego. I haven't talked to him in a while, too. I need to text him. He's a good guy, but he wants to do things his way. And he thinks he knows best for Mitch. And good for him. I mean, if that's what he thinks, so be it. But the record labels never push him because he doesn't play the game. It's all about playing the game in music. It's as much as this is where people mix it up. Music is fun and it's a great business, but it's a business first and foremost, and you have to remember that. You can't go into, like, let's say you work for a lawyer's office. You can't go in there, hey, what the fuck's up? I mean, it's not like that. Yeah, yeah, like South Florida, anywhere from Palm Beach to Miami. I'm in that area. You know what I mean? But like, there's a lot of people that they get a little bit of fame, and Mitch is an incredible songwriter. He's written for Bruno Mars, he's written for Taylor Swift, he's written for a lot of people. And Great White had him for a little bit. He just wants to do it his way, and he thinks he knows what's best. But like, if you here again, here was a girl, Amy, one of the best singers I ever heard. I'm an Atlantic Records recording artist, picked up by Atlantic from Arista. How are you not going to come to a studio, lay down a track, and let me send it to somebody with a picture and go, "What do you think?" Yeah, let's give her a spec deal. Okay, what do you want to give her? We'll send a contract over to you, have her sign it, get it notarized, sign it back. Okay. Yeah, it's just Mitch is a good guy. He's just hard to deal with. There's a lot of guys with a lot of egos. Like Great White. I get along with everybody except for what's his name? The keyboard player. Um, I forget his name now. It's getting late. But I don't get a. There's always out of five people in a band, there's gonna be one guy that's an asshole. You know what I mean? I don't like. I get along with Vince Neil, and Tommy Lee is just a fucking goofball. Who I liked in that band was Mick Mars. He was the level-headed one that was always on time, always was fucking courteous. Nikki Sixx was a trash bag, but he's very powerful in the industry. He writes for a lot of pop and country artists. A lot of them do. Uh, Janie Lane was writing for pop and country artists as well. Because when you have downtime and you're not making money because your record's not selling, you just did a new record, you're waiting for mixdown for 2 or 3 months, you got to make money. You got to pay your bills. So they start writing, and a lot of people don't understand. That's why I said some of your favorite artists, like that you listen to in the rock field, most of the rock guys were writing for pop and country guys long before Nashville got infested with rock guys. That's why a lot of the rock guys ended up in Nashville, because most of them were writing for them anyway. Like Luke Bryant. I know the drummer. I've worked with some of those guys in some of those bands. I have friends that are producers in Nashville. Hey man, they like that country song. They want to buy it. Who is it? The one, well, it's so and so. You remember those 3 songs you wrote for me? For me? They want those. Well, send them to my lawyer. NDA, you buy them. You think you had the same temper as me? It's probably I it takes a lot to piss me off. Like a lot. Like I can get mad, but to get pissed off where I want to do something, like physical, it takes a lot. But I can snap really quick. You know what I mean? It depends what you do. And in the industry, you have to be careful of that. You learn to play the game with the industry's bigwigs. Listen, you don't want to get signed and have a contract where they shelve you for 5 or 10 of your years. They did it to Alvanova. They did it to Keisha. They do it to a lot of people. You have to be really careful. These guys are fucking powerful. Oh, the 90s? Yeah, a lot of guys in the 90s were writing for all these guys, including me. You're in a popular dance band like that, and they're like, all right, hey man, Aaron Lewis wants to go country. What? So you hear stuff like that, all right. So like they try anything to push him in. Yeah, Mick was a riff master for sure. For sure. The Charvel I'm getting is it's got a pickguard, but it's got 2 singles and a humbucker. That's 750. It's got the maple necks. I prefer maple necks. I don't care if it's roasted. This one's not bad. It's a lighter rosewood, but it's got it's not bad. Like I love all these necks. That's why I like the Ibanez one. The Jacoba one, the Ibanez is good too. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go to 9s. I'm gonna switch to 9s for sure. I play better with 9s, I think, at my age now. I think my age is catching up to me, finger wise. Steve Collins. Yeah. There's a lot of people don't understand. Like, they think music is just fun and that you get to party and you get to do this and you get to do that. The movie Rockstar was hilarious because even though that's about Rob Halford and, Ripper Owens, it's a lot of that with the contracts and the writers and all that shit, it's exactly like the fucking movie. Exactly. And then if you start fucking around, you start getting fines. You show up, you get fined. Late, you get fined. You dye your hair, you get fined. You gain 15 pounds, you get fined. That's all in the contracts you sign. That's why some of those guys say when you sign with a label, they own you, cuz they do. They run your fucking whole life. You have no say in your life. Yeah. Now 8s I would break real easy. I'm gonna do the 9s. Yeah, I think the 9s. They sound brighter to me. They, I'm gonna be honest. The nines sound better with the Kemper. When you're using profile and modeling, I think lighter gauge strings actually affect the tone enough to make it sound more amp like that Charvel sounds amazing to me. You know, some of the like these are tens, but it's a light gauge 10, and they have it's EMGs. These are nines. Those are nines. These are nines on the PV. They just feel better because I think that's what the guitars are set up for at the heaviest nines. I think all the guitars are set up for nines, and I think that's what you should probably stick to. It's a hard way to live. So like when you're going through an airport, and you're on their time, the labels will tell you you don't stop and give an autograph. So like people would talk about Bon Jovi or this guy or the football guy. You're on the clock. If they tell you to ignore people, you have to, which makes you look like an asshole. You know what I'm saying? How do you want me to approach fucking dissing people that pay to come to the shows and buy my records? You're not making me look very good in front of these people. You just do what we tell you to do. Fuck. They're like that. I became a problem on the road. The band didn't like me because of the pay. I was part of the band that created it. With Expose, I was the one in charge. I was also a player, but I was also part of co-owner of it. So it was hard for me because they all Andrew and Stevie liked me, but the most of the girls hated me. Now Sandra was different, but like Joy and them, it was hard to deal with. The 9.5. I just saw that recently. I didn't know they made a 9.5. That must be like a heavy gauge 9, but not quite a light gauge 10. That's interesting to me. Somebody said they made those for PRS. Yeah. I played 12s at one point, but they're too heavy now. Yeah, then they roast them on the Johnny Carson show. Yeah, and there's all kinds of weird stuff. I mean, they try. It's like it in every business, like the Epstein's and the Weinsteins. They try to get you in compromised situations. You know what I mean? That way you don't have a way to fight back. Like Beyonce, if you don't think she was drugged by Jay Z, I'll tell you, you don't really know the business. You know what I mean? Jay Z was Beyonce was 15 when he met her, and he was like 24. She was underage, and he had to wait a couple years, but he was already banging her. But the father didn't say nothing because Beyonce wasn't famous yet. Who made her famous? Jay Z. He's the one that took her out of Destiny's Child and all that. It was Jay Z. He was the mastermind of all that. It wasn't Beyonce's choice. That's why I kind of left. That's why some people ask me, and I go, what I saw in the business dictated how I ended up where I didn't want to be in the spotlight. I didn't want to have, like, I only wanted to deal with a few people. I've been doing tracks here for a long time. I've always had a studio. I've got a studio actually in my big house, but I don't go there no more, and the rooms are locked and stuff. I'll go there once in a while to check, but no one goes in there. But the thing is, you know, I just didn't want to be a part of that Because that's what they do. They get the dirt on everybody. They put them in. Like, I went to a Madonna party and I saw the sacrifice ritual bullshit and I had freaked out. I didn't want a part of that no more. That's why I became a problem on the expose tours. That's why I overdosed 4 or 5 times. It was I'm not going to say it's a miserable life, but I saw a lot of miserable things. And I was like, I don't want to be a part of this no more. I was just unhappy. But that's how a lot of these people end up fucked up. Like the Britney Spears and the Biebers and this one and that one and this one and the Danny Masters. And it's because I know what they went through. I didn't want to be a part of that. Because it's insane. It really is. To treat people like that, these are fucking humans. That's someone's daughter. That's someone's son. You're gonna do that to that person as a fucking human? So, like, sometimes I start to think, maybe there is a devil. Maybe there is a God. Maybe. So, with that concept in mind, skin is sin, right? So if you're banging women like I did for lust, and you happen to have a baby out of lust, isn't that a sinful baby you just created? Is that not conception out of the, like, sin, like bad? Why are we having all these bad kids grow up? Is it social media? Or is it because we don't live the way that we're supposed to? I don't know, man. But it starts to make you wonder, if all these people are having fucking babies out of wedlock and sinful because they're drunk and on drugs and they end up having a kid, maybe they're evil in them, evil spirits. I don't fucking know, but I know there's something wrong with society. I don't know, it's the influence or part of the influence, or are we creating it? You know what I mean? Yeah, like an evil seed. You plant an evil seed. So if you're having sex instead of making love, just even if it's not even a religious thing, instead of making love to your wife to have kids, and that's all you do it for is for kids, instead of just fucking 100 girls and having 100 babies and they have no fathers and you did it for the wrong reason, that kid grows up as a wrong reason. You know what I mean? How do you break the kid of that? Is that why we have all these school shootings? Is that why we have all these people robbing people? Is that why we... I mean, there's something wrong terribly with the world. There really is. I see... And Florida is a fucking cesspool of it. I mean, we just had somebody, a vet, he was a vet, get shot. He got aggressive with a woman. He didn't have a weapon on him, but he walked towards her and she warned him and she shot him. She wasn't arrested. So you use deadly force in fucking Broward County and the sheriff for no reason because there were people around. He didn't take a swing at you, so how are you calling that defense? She should go to fucking jail for murder. She just killed someone's father. Yeah, but if you don't do the seed of love and it's the seed of evil because it's out of sin, see what I'm saying? You can make the seed out of love, or you can make the seed out of sin. It's a choice. Whatever choice you pick. And then you leave the woman to raise the evil baby out of sin. Do you break them of that? You can, but you have to be a great parent and teach them the right ways. I don't know. There's so much to life that I don't know, but like I see a lot of fucked up things. And here was the part that, like, I've read the Bible. Do I believe everything in it? No. But the one story in Enoch, and there's another thing that kind of bothers me. They said these angels came down and had sex with the women out of lust, right? So, if that's true, didn't they have babies that were evil seeds? I don't know. Like it explains certain things, but it doesn't explain the whole thing. So it's hard for me to think of all that. You know what I mean? It's baffling. Life is baffling. whether you believe in God or you don't believe in God, but you can see the difference between wrong and right. And you know what's the difference between wrong and right, but people still choose the wrong consequence. How is that fucking possible? Like, even in the music industry, what the fuck are you doing mentally to these people? Are you out of your fucking minds? You're just making people more depressed, it's a weird thing. I don't get it. Like, why are humans doing this to another human? In the record industry, in the movie industry, the Epstein stuff or spy stuff, or, who gives a fuck? Well, why are you doing that? And why is the government allowing that? Like, do they know something that we don't? I just don't know. It's like baffling to me anymore. Yeah, I don't know how to rationalize it anymore. It's like YouTube. The more I dig into YouTube and these social media guys, and then I see that AT&T is involved in this, and they're doing it with feeds and low streaming services and this and that, and you're like, what the fuck is wrong with corporations in general? Because they're run by humans. It's not the corporation that's evil. It's the people that get in power of these corporations. The Rothschilds, this guy, that guy. It's like, Jesus, man, when does it end? Or is it just going to break? There's got to be a point. It either goes one way or the other way, but it can't keep going bad and bad and bad, because that's bad and everybody knows it. You know what I mean? I I watch these Doctor Insanity things where they murder people. This guy murdered his wife, and he was so good at lying that the police believed that he never murdered her. And then he a couple mistakes where, but there was she had like these ritual kind of things on her chest, and I was like, what the fuck is wrong with people? Like, where did we go wrong? You know what I mean? Like, how is everything that we're taught a lie? Not every single thing, but a lot of the stuff we've been taught, like the Trail of Tears with the Indians, that never happened. There's articles that verify this, but that's what they teach in school. And they even got paid to relocate. They paid $5 million in the 1800s for them to relocate in the early 19. I mean, it's like, what the fuck? Why are you lying about this? The Alex Haley thing in Roots. You know, there was only like 700,000 out of 20 million that came to the United States as African American slaves. How come we're not taught this? Brazil got 5 million. They don't have racist issues over there. Like, what the fuck happened? Like, I don't understand why they lie so much to us. Like, what is the purpose? To control us? And that's like in the music industry. You start looking at AT&T, and T, and it's all for control and power in this. The Amish and small communities in nowhere. Yeah, it's not a bad idea. That's why I wish I could fucking grow old with my son and help him. I've told you guys 100 times, family first. Every day I pray. I just pray because I don't know what else to do. I'm like, if there's a God, please fucking, the wife, the kid, you give me all the pain. You take me. I've lived a fucked up life and a good life, but he needs his mom. She's a lot more consistent with living a normal life than me. I know he loves me and I'm the fun dad, but I'm also the fucked up dad. Whatever it is, cancer, whatever it is, you just give it to me. And that's a weird thing to say because I pray, give him his health and make him successful and don't let people mess with him. Scrooge did. Destruction. Yeah. Yeah, and I start to think about the technology from when I was a kid. Look what we got now. The fucking internet and all this and fucking amps. A thing like Kemper that profiles a head exact. It's unbelievable. The technology. I'm 60. You're talking in what 50 years the technology like of Tesla compared to a muscle car. It's astounding. I can't even think if I live till say 80, 20 more years, he'll be in his 40s. No, he'll be 20, he'll be 31. He'll be around 30. But in another 20 years, a third of what I've already lived, I can't imagine by 80 what the technology is. And I can't understand, like, by the time he's 60 or 70 and he has kids, what's it going to be like? Yeah, kids need both, but like I pray if something's got to happen to this family, you make it happen to me. I'm an asshole tough guy that can fucking, you know, if you need to take someone from my family, you take me. That's what I pray. I pray that no one suffers in my family but me. I've been selfish my whole life. All about me and my music. I mean, I had a great life doing it and stuff, and I had a lot of fun, but it's a very selfish industry. I wish I could go back in time and have 10 more kids. That way they all grow up together and help each other. Yeah, it's crazy, right? The amount of stuff that we think about and the stuff we don't think about, you know. And I find myself as I get older, I forget a lot more things. I'm like, and I don't know what my fucking back how much longer before I'm not able to do anything or protect anybody. Gen X, yeah. Yeah, that's why I love this community. Like everybody can talk, everyone's fucking smart, and it can also it, how do you say it without it's not a spiritual revolution, but everybody connects. Like you all connect with me, I connect with you. Even Zach at some kind of level, even though he's a dipshit asshole, he still connects. You know what I mean? There's some reason that he's always coming on here, or Tom. They all connect. And at some point, they're going to have to get off their fucking horse and they're going to have to man up and help the real people. You know what I'm saying? Because if people don't stand up for themselves, like my wife said to me, I go, I don't want my kid bullied in school. So she's like, well, what are you going to do about it? I said, you tell your dad that your dad's fucking crazy and he'll come whip your ass and your whole family's ass. I don't care. Just say whatever you can to get out of it. You don't want five people whipping your ass. Yeah. But I mean at the same time, you want them to be nice to people, but you can't you got to stick up for each other. But what if something happens? How are we're so divided. You got the woke people, you got the trans people, everyone's got an agenda. What the fuck happens if there's really aliens and they come down and invade us? How are you going to all fucking work together as human beings to survive that? They don't think about that shit. Nobody thinks about that. Is it a possibility? Well, you can't think that we're the only fucking people in a fucking universe out of a galaxy. You know what I mean? Because if we exist, something else out there exists too. They might be bigger, stronger, and more advanced than us because they've been around 1,000 more years. Something else is out there. We're not the only ones in this fucking universe. No fucking way. If we were created, something else was created. That's how I feel. And what if their resources are running out because they're more advanced because their fucking thing is their planet's been around a billion more years. So they want ours. I mean, we don't know what's going to happen. That's far fetched, but how my point is how are everybody that they divide and they want to control going to work together as people? Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, see, like all these are really smart, intelligent comments. I mean, it's crazy to think, it's not even the crazies in our world, but I mean, like, look at it. Like, why are, like, I don't get it. I really don't. There's so much fucked up shit. The food's fucked up. The medicines are fucked up. They help divide us with racial stuff, divide and conquer so that the people don't unite to take back things. I mean, it's so fucked up. And then you got all these social media people brainwashed that they're celebrities because they're making a little bit of money, and I see a lot of these people going broke and doing stupid shit in Miami, like the Jack Doherty. It's just insane. Then we got the other guy, Wes Watson, the fucking bald head guy with the tattoos who thinks he's a badass. And he says he's not short. Believe me, he's short. He's a fucking. I met him in Miami, Wes Watson. Yeah, bro, you ain't no 6 foot. You're not even fucking close. You're more like 5'8", 5'10". Yeah. Yeah, like why is the FBI always working with the fucking Motion Picture Association? they'll tell you that the FBI is never to look bad. You can make one guy look bad, but don't make the FBI as a corporation look bad. We're the good guys. You know what I mean? They have a lot of rules for that in major motion picture stuff. It's crazy. But if the FBI and intelligence is working with major motion pictures, and we had stuff like Close Encounters and Orson Welles and all that shit back in the 60s, like what the fuck? Where'd they get all those ideas? Are they industry plants in the major motion picture industry? I don't know. Yeah, I think it's exactly that. I think this world is a test for everybody. And I don't think, I look at things as evil and good. What makes stuff evil? The intent of a human and his thoughts and his brain. But how does he get that way? Yeah, you'll be amazed who works on movies. You'll be really fucking shocked. They've been grooming us for decades, yeah. There's something weird about everything. You know what I mean? Why there's so many government employees. The Book of Enoch was really cool because what did they say about something about where they meet on a mountain, right? I don't remember the story. They meet on a mountain somewhere, and United Nations actually have a place on the mountains, on the same mountain. Yeah, we failed when COVID-19 hit. And that's another thing. Why are they trying to create viruses like that? Is it for something else not of this world because we can't kill them with fucking missiles? Because we're not fast enough? But a virus can work crazy in food and we can poison whatever comes? You know what I mean? Yeah. Yeah, there's kind of like a lot of crazy stuff, like like the virus thing, controlling weather, seeding. There's a lot of stuff going on that like why are we doing all that? Like they never tell us why. I've heard stories about the military too. My dad's told me stories. He said to me one time that freaked me out. He goes, "Whatever you think you know, just think it's about 500 times worse than what you can ever imagine." I go, "What?" He goes, "I can't tell you things, but it's worse than you can ever imagine." And then multiply it times 500. I go, "What are you talking about?" He goes, "Advancement." I don't know what that means. I don't know if he'll ever tell me. Now, my father did tell me we can time travel. He did tell me that. He's like, "We've been able to do that for years." I'm like, "You've seen that?" He goes, "Yeah." He goes, "We can manipulate minds." I'm like, "What?" I'm going to tell you something really crazy. We had, what was that big hurricane? We had a massive hurricane hit Florida. I have a generator, a 36,000 watt generator that works on propane that's natural gas with the city. My house was the only house that ran for miles. And it was about a month without electricity here. And I'm on a hospital grid. When I tell you that I saw people wandering the streets with no food because they didn't know where the fuck to go or what to do. There were no police here. There was no military. We have 20 to 30 million people just in fucking Broward County alone. There's another 20, 30 million in Miami. You're looking at from Miami to West Palm Beach, maybe 100 million people. When that hurricane hit, nobody knew what the fuck to do. No, it wasn't Andrew. Nobody knew it was a big one that knocked out most half the state. We had no electric here for like 3 or 4 weeks. No military, no convoys, no trucks. You couldn't even get in. Nobody knew what to do. I had all my guns laying on the table and I sat there. I had plenty of gas. Yeah, Andrew hit in the 90s. It was later. Yeah, it could have been like Irene or one of those. It was big, huge. And it was one that we weren't prepared for. It came from like the Fort Myers area and it intensified over the Everglades. And it got into like a category 4 when it hit. I don't remember the name of it, but it was massive. And I'll never forget the look on people's faces. Like they human beings that looked clueless and had no idea what to do to survive. That was the scariest fucking thing I've ever seen in my life. Oh, she told you stories about that? Yeah, it was like everybody lost fucking common sense. That when you had no phone, no internet, no way to communicate, and it was fucking pitch black in the middle of the night. People didn't know how to survive or act. It could have been Ian, I don't remember the name, but it was fucking weird to watch people wander the streets aimlessly. It was like watching zombies. It really was. Yeah, it looked like Night of the Living Dead. It looked like all those movies I saw. When you saw the zombie movies, like the streets and people wandering, that's what it was like. Fucking trees down, power lines everywhere. It was like fucking. I remember. I remember when it hit. It tore. I had metal columns bolted with anchor bolts this thick, It ripped the whole fucking back off and part of the roof. My studio was in the back where I used to do videos. I took a couch and banged it because the door opened in, and the door was bowing, and I put a couch between the wall, and I jumped up and down to push it and jam it so that the door wouldn't open. Because I knew if that door opened, the rest of the roof would blow off. It was fucking crazy. I never saw anything like that. And I ran to the front, and I had like holes in the shutters because I had shutters. I didn't have the impact windows in yet. And I looked, and I could see that fucking thing just blowing, like a whole roof of like metal with aluminum roofing, just fucking disappear into the. It might, yeah, Katrina. I think that was the one, Katrina. Yeah, I think it was Katrina. And I was like, what the? I couldn't believe it. There were no police around, no military. Like, nobody knew how to go anywhere. You couldn't drive because everything was down. It was crazy, man. So weeks. It was weeks. That my generator's a six-cylinder car engine is what it is in a case. And it's locked and it's loud, but it's in a case. It powered two refrigerators, a freezer. We had tons of walking pantry. Yeah, it was the weirdest thing I ever saw in my life. It really was. Like I've never like it was weird because a lot of people never talked about it. Like after that, like people didn't talk. Man, that was a crazy storm. Did you see the people? People didn't talk about what happened. They were just devastated and what they saw. And I was like, why don't people talk about that? Why isn't there like a system put in place? Even by the government, they knew that it was a fucking loss. Even the government couldn't function here. It was crazy. I never saw anything like that. They put $10 in your mail pockets. Mailbox last week. Well, here's the thing: if you can get atoms spinning in different directions, really, here's where I kind of had an idea on how they were doing it. It everything spins in circles. All the planets spin in circles, and there's an axis, right? This is my view of it. This is my fucked up logic. All the planets spin on a rotated axis, and they move. How do we suspend a planet in space and it doesn't really move with gravity and aligns with other planets? If one of them got out of a line or a rock like whatever flew by us, how did we it knock us not off course a little bit? But there, so I think that you ever see them trying to split atoms? It goes one way and it chases. China's trying to do it. I think how they don't show us is one spins this way and the other spins reverse because you have to have a balance, kind of like this that thing. So like think of when you hit a string, it vibrates but it's round. It it's a spinning motion. That's the way things work, and the magnet has a pull. I look at so I this is how I came up with it. Looking at the pull of a magnet off of a round magnet inside a coil, because that's what a pickup is. You have wires wrapped around magnets, and then you have a string that's plucked, and it does a weird spinning motion, and that creates a vibration with the magnet with a coil. If you did that reversed on top of it, and you combined them, there'd be a point where they hit and smash. So they're trying to smash atoms, but I think they do it the wrong way. That's my opinion. Eclipse? Yeah, I don't know any of the technical terms, but I see magnets with coils, and then I see the clips or whatever. And I'm like, well, what if you had one reverse the other way? So you got two magnet poles, one spinning this way, and you pick up, and it spins the other way. What if those hit? What would that do? If you can get something to travel at the amount of speed to smash an atom. Oh yeah, the Germans were definitely way ahead of our time. We stole a lot of their fucking scientists and doctors. Yeah, the same like tornadoes and the force of energy and the way it spins. So what if you put another tornado that spun the opposite way inside and they collided? Two tornadoes. See, if they were spinning both the same way, they would join. But what if you had a tornado spinning the opposite way? What happens if they hit? What would that electrical charge look like? See, I think that they're doing it wrong. And I think if you could smash the atoms that way, you'd open a portal. Yeah. But you look at the magnets and stuff. It's kind of like the MRI where it spins around. Well, if you did it reverse and they collided, what would happen? Because you're creating such a force one way, but you need a balance. So what if you created the force the other way and then you let them collide when they peaked? What would happen? I don't know how you do that, but watch some fucking guy from China see this and he's like, I got it, I got it. This fucking rock guy plays guitar, came up with this scenario. I probably should stop talking about it, right? I'm no scientist, but like the way that I see movement of magnets and strings and coils. What were the recipes? Was it meatloaf? Meatloaf collided with corn. I made a shepherd's pie. The moon bit? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's like an embedded explosion, right? Because I know that they say they can stop tornadoes or hurricanes by dropping like I think they've done it before where they've actually put explosions inside of a tornado or a hurricane, and it stopped the wind from spinning. It blew the it, if you drop it in the middle, it would blow it out, and it would stop that the wind. You know what I mean? I don't know. Man, it's 12:15. Those pills work pretty good. I can feel the pain in my back, man. I my biggest fear is that I feel good enough on those pills and I do something and I fuck up my back. Yeah, cancel hum of the tornadoes. Yeah. I think a lot about like that through the way that music works and the frequencies and the magnets and coils. It's like I wonder if Einstein played fucking guitar. or Tesla, right? Did he play fucking organ or something? Was he a musician? Did he play music? That's funny, right? Let me take off, everybody. So I'll be back probably whenever. Probably, I don't know. I know Sundays and Tuesdays are my set times. Any other time. I just came on here because of the new guitar. What did I do with it? It's up there. And the AT&T stuff so that you guys have it. It's always my pleasure talking to you guys. You guys have a great night. Enjoy the rest of your week. I'll be back whenever it is. I'm going to go look at some tornadoes. Magnet pull. You should talk to Steve Collins. Yeah, man, it's always fun talking to you guys, like the possibilities and stuff of whatever it is. But you know, these are great talks because, like, again, we as people, we can make a change and a difference, whatever we put our minds to. And it's my pleasure to talk to highly intelligent people like you guys. You know, again, you guys help me just as much as I help you. Peace, love, and barbecue. some some burnt what do they call those burnt end? No natives of Florida. No, just hurricanes. We're due for a hurricane. I hate to say that. All right, Lynchy, take care, brother. Everyone, take care. Have a great night.